Chapter 173. Soupman frowned. It wasn't that he was unhappy or disgusted, but that his expectations were far too different from reality, causing his emotions to overflow. He soon reacted. This heavenly tribulation seemed to have been blocked. Before he could think of the reason, a smile bloomed on his face. Soupman even felt as if he had escaped death. But after a breath of time passed, he discovered that something was wrong. Where was the fourth heavenly tribulation? After touching the spirit stone sphere, it suddenly disappeared, and then there was no more movement. How was this possible? Was it because he was too nervous that it caused him to hallucinate? He turned his head and saw Old C's eyes widen and his mouth open. This wasn't an illusion. Whoosh, the sea folk surrounding Nine-Layer Pagoda were in an uproar. All of them had shocked expressions as they spoke to the sea folk around them. For instance, they said, "Am I seeing things? Am I dreaming?" Then, they determined that this was reality, a reality that had occurred right in front of their eyes. A heavenly tribulation, an extremely powerful heavenly tribulation that could even severely wound a nascent soul, had inexplicably vanished. The sea folk of the capital city considered themselves to be experienced and knowledgeable. Their vision was at the peak of the sea region, but this sort of matter was simply unheard of. Rumble, rumble, without giving the sea folk time to think, the black clouds in the skies above the capital city erupted with radiant lightning. The fifth heavenly tribulation came crashing down. It seemed to feel some sort of provocation or even threat. The tribulation thunder was no longer in the form of pure thunder. Rather, it condensed into a war axe that cut down with the power to split apart the heavens and earth. As this heavenly tribulation cut down, even though it was far away, it still caused the hearts of countless seafolk to shrink and their scalps to tingle. Fear gushed out from the depths of their souls, unable to be contained. Even someone as powerful as Soupman felt his heart skip a beat. His eyes widened as he watched it approach the spirit stone sphere and vanish from sight. Then there was nothing. Then it was a strange silence. No one knew how to explain the current situation. Heavenly tribulation. To cultivators, this was the most terrifying heavenly tribulation. Yet, it disappeared one after another. Countless seafolk groaned inwardly. "Are you lost?" This was of course only a senseless joke. But at this time, the seafolk felt as if their brains had turned to mush. They simply didn't know how to think. So powerful! The young girl exclaimed, her blue eyes filled with amazement. The woman was shocked. She glanced at the guard captain, both of them able to feel the shock in each other's hearts. This Honorable Ning was actually even more unfathomable than the information they had received. Within Moon Praying Shrine's carriage, the white-dressed woman wept tears of joy. Across from her, the vice-priest clenched his fists, his face flushed red with excitement. The priest had made the right bet. This Honorable Ning was truly an unrivaled character. If he were to help, then the Saint Flower would absolutely have a chance of being reborn. The fourth and fifth heavenly tribulation disappeared, and the dark clouds above the capital city fell silent. Just as many seafolk thought that it was brewing up a terrifying ultimate move, chaotic fluctuations appeared in the dark clouds. As if sensing some sort of threat, the sixth heavenly tribulation hurriedly fell down. The arm-thick thunder was far inferior to the first heavenly tribulation, and it vanished in the blink of an eye. This situation, no matter how they looked at it, it seemed as if the heavenly tribulation had been scared away. Many seafolk thought of this, and were immediately frightened. They quickly suppressed this thought and thought that they were overthinking things. This was heavenly tribulation, so how could it possibly be scared away by a cultivator? Yes, they were definitely overthinking things. Although they told themselves this in their hearts, they still couldn't help but look at the spirit stone sphere, a deep awe in their eyes. 6 heavenly tribulations, well, although the last one was clearly a bit suspicious, there was no problem with it. 6 heavenly tribulations had passed. Honorable Ning, shouldn't you show yourself? But after waiting for a while and then waiting for a while longer, his neck was sore. The spirit stone sphere was still as before, without any signs of disintegrating. Soupman frowned. His mind was filled with questions and he needed an explanation. But every time the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. With things having developed to this step, no one knew just what he was doing. If he were to rashly disturb him and cause a bad result, that wouldn't be what he wanted. Soupman took a deep breath and calmed his thoughts. He narrowed his eyes, his face expressionless. Just wait, I don't believe you can hide inside and hibernate. Like this, moment after moment passed. Just as the seafolk were beginning to feel bored, the sky suddenly turned a vast expanse of white and the wind wildly danced in the air. It was snowing? The seafolk were all dumbfounded. This didn't make sense. Rain, snow, these were things that could only be felt in the lowly human world. How could they possibly appear in the capital city? This was the seabed. Spirit, spirit, spirit stone. It was unknown who cried out in alarm, but his voice was sharp and grating, filled with sorrow and pain. Then, this pain spread to all the members of the seafolk who saw this scene. Floating in the air, the sphere formed from countless spirit stones began to disintegrate from the surface, as if it were a stone that had been weathered for countless years. White powder flew into the air, sprinkling down to cover the skies. In just several breaths of time, the streets, buildings, and courtyards were all covered in a layer of white powder. The impact of this scene caused the seafolk to freeze in place. The white powder dyed their hair, beards, and even draped them in white robes. The spirit stones continued to disintegrate, and disintegrate. The giant sphere began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Layer after layer, it was cold and grim. Many seafolk were stunned, tears falling down their chests. Money, so much money. It was gone just like that. Although it wasn't theirs, it was still so painful that they found it hard to breathe. Then, raging flames of anger ignited in their chests. Bastard! If you don't want them, you could have given them to me. Why did you have to destroy them? My lovely spirit stones, my lovely spirit stones. The higher-ups were experienced and knowledgeable, so they were able to wake up a step earlier. Although their eyes were complex, they gradually calmed down. Faintly, a vague thought appeared in their minds. Was the sudden disappearance of heavenly tribulation related to these spirit stones? Among them was Soupman. He had dealt with money his entire life, so there was no doubt about his eyesight. With just a glance, he could estimate that there were at least 300 million spirit stones. Such a heaven-shaking amount of spirit stones contained a boundless and unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. Let alone Ningqin, even he or his majesty wouldn't be able to absorb and exhaust all of their strength in such a short period of time. Thinking of this, everything had a reasonable explanation. Soupman's heart began to race. If, hypothetically speaking, Ningqin had a way to borrow the power of spirit stones to counteract heavenly tribulation, then could he do the same and help His Majesty cross heavenly tribulation? He knew that this was a bit of an assumption, and with the disparity in cultivation, Ningqin needed 300 million spirit stones to resist heavenly tribulation, while His Majesty needed 3 billion or even 30 billion spirit stones. But as long as there was hope, even if he had to empty out the royal palace's treasury, squeeze out all the wealth from the royal family, or even pawn off his pants, he would still give it a try. Soupman sucked in deep breaths, barely restraining the excitement in his heart. Right now, his mind was filled with this matter. Even the sudden appearance of the sea mausoleum's aura had been tossed to the back of his mind. If His Majesty could smoothly cross tribulation, then that would simply be unimaginably wonderful. From Soupman's burning hot eyes, Old Sea could guess what he was thinking. He sighed inwardly, a bit worried. After all, there were too many implications to this matter. Even he didn't dare to judge just what the result would be. However, after a while, when the curtain was lifted, Old High realized that his worries were unnecessary and meaningless. More and more spirit stones disintegrated, and the sphere rapidly shrank. When there was only 100 feet left, faint traces of blood fog appeared after the spirit stones disintegrated. Then, more and more blood fog gushed out, weaving together and covering the final region. After several breaths of time, when the last bit of spirit stone powder fell down, what greeted everyone's eyes was a mass of blood fog that was 70 to 80 feet wide. It expanded and contracted as if it were breathing, as if it were following the rhythm of a heartbeat. As time passed, its volume constantly shrank. 50 to 60 feet, 40 to 50 feet, 30 to 40 feet. Gradually, a blurry figure appeared from the blood fog. Even though it was only an approximate outline, it was enough for those familiar with it to recognize who it was. It was Ning Qin. Soupman narrowed his eyes. He looked at the blood fog that was constantly being sucked back into his body. He thought that this was because of his cultivation method, so he didn't care too much about it. But soon, a strange expression appeared on his face. Then, it became increasingly heavy, causing his eyes to widen with shock and disbelief. It wasn't just Soupman. Old Sea, Chief Manager Wu, Clearwood, and even more seafolk looked at the blood fog with stunned expressions. The blood fog became increasingly thin, gradually revealing the figure within. The black robes that accompanied him seemed to be torn apart by some unknown strength. At this time, it hung on his body in tatters. Thus, Honorable Ning Qin's true appearance was revealed to the outside world for the first time. Originally, the seafolk were only secretly excited to see Honorable Ning's true appearance. But as the blood fog thinned, they gradually revealed looks of surprise. Honorable Ning seemed too similar to a human. Whether the seafolk had a high cultivation or had transformed into a human through the transformation pool, they would always retain some characteristics of their tribe. For instance, the scales between Princess Lushy's eyebrows or the astonishing defensive turtle shell that Gudra possessed. This was the difference between the seafolk and humans. But Honorable Ning's body was far too clean. Clean to the point that there wasn't the slightest trace of him belonging to the seafolk. Moreover, his soul and consciousness were isolated from his mortal body, making it impossible for him to perfectly restrain his aura. As the concealment of the outside world faded away, that pure aura that was different from the seafolk began to appear in the capital city. Human Honorable Ning, the third holder of the purple card, the legendary spiritual bestower, the formidable existence that had triggered the sea spirit baptism for 10 hours, was a human. The impact of this knowledge was even more astonishing than the 300 million spirit stones that had turned to powder. Thus, all the seafolk's jaws dropped open, their minds thrown into disarray. In a distant building, the black-armored whale sovereign stood in front of a window. As everyone was shocked into silence, he revealed a satisfied smile. "No wonder, so it was you." Bang! The window collapsed. Like a bolt of black lightning, it cut through the void. The whale sovereign's eyes were indifferent, without the least bit of warmth. His killing intent soared to the heavens. It was true that he could accept those defeats and didn't care about them. But that didn't mean that he wouldn't be angry. In particular, the target was a little insect that had once threatened him and left him helpless, allowing him to smoothly escape. So, he wanted to kill someone. Chapter 174. At this moment, Soupman's heart was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have already taken Ning Qin away. Whether it was the sea race or the human race, he was shocked, but he didn't care. As long as he could help His Majesty, what did this matter? But now, in front of everyone's eyes, Honorable Ning had transformed into the human race that the sea races had always despised and viewed with hostility. It would be difficult for such an explosive matter to be easily forgotten. As his thoughts raced, Soupman's complexion changed. He turned around, his eyes reflected in the black armor. His aura was like a surging tide that shook the heavens and earth, his voice breaking through the air. His steps didn't seem fast, but every step he took seemed to shorten the space between them. In reality, he was extremely fast. Before his pupils could shrink, Superman shouted out loud, "Capture this person and force him to reveal Honorable Ning's whereabouts." This explanation was clearly not convincing. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to tell that this human before them was Ning Qin. But at this time, Superman didn't care about how bad his excuse was. He needed to control Qin Yu in his hands and preserve his life. As he turned and stepped out, Superman blocked his way. He smiled and cupped his hands together. "Greetings, Whale Sovereign." Beneath the black armor, his face was calm and indifferent. He glanced over and said, "You want to protect him?" Superman coughed. "I only wanted to capture him and rescue Honorable Ning." The Whale Sovereign was silent for a moment. Then, his lips curled up in a smile. "Superman, I haven't seen you for several years and your skin has become even thicker. But today, he must die." Superman straightened himself and lightly said, "Thank you for the praise. This human must die, but before that, I must first find Honorable Ning." The Whale Sovereign didn't speak further. He stepped forward. This stomp was like a star falling into the ocean, and it instantly gave rise to tempestuous waves that swept out in all directions in a domineering and formidable manner. Superman took a deep breath and his chest puffed out. Facing the Whale Sovereign's attack, he didn't retreat at all. He raised his hand, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged. It rumbled endlessly as he slapped forward. He chose to make the first move. A trace of appreciation flashed in the Whale Sovereign's eyes. After all, in this world, there were very few people that dared to stand in front of him and attack him. It was no wonder that His Majesty valued him so highly. He clenched his fist, bent his arm, and swung it out. The Whale Sovereign's ordinary fist didn't gather any potential or use any fancy move. When his fist struck out, it was silent and silent. But when his fist fell, a volcano erupted, all of its strength gushing out. Bang! His voice was like a clap of thunder as a violent gale swept through. The remaining buildings were instantly razed to the ground by the dozen or so vortexes. Superman felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He drew back again and again, his face flushed red like blood. Then, in the next moment, he paled. The palm he struck out hung by his side, trembling slightly. Traces of blood flowed out from the tiny cracks, converged, and dripped down. The Whale Sovereign's voice was faint. "I am the protector of the capital city, and it is my duty to kill this human who has secretly infiltrated the sea mausoleum. If you continue to obstruct me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Superman, you are one of His Majesty's people, so I will give you a chance. Step aside." Beneath his powerful and overbearing appearance was a powerful heart that didn't leak anything. He was well aware of Superman's character and knew that he wouldn't back down. This sentence was only for the sake of righteousness, or to find a reasonable reason to kill. Killing Qin Yu was killing him, and killing Superman was also killing him. Moreover, he had long since felt that this loyal and devoted old dog was an eyesore. Superman spat out a mouthful of bloody spittle. The Whale Sovereign lightly said, "If so, then I will help you." With a flick of his sleeves, a giant blue handprint appeared. It came crashing down from above, pressing down like a mountain. Superman wildly laughed. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. He forcefully stimulated all of his strength, but he was no longer able to suppress the injuries within his body. He stepped forwards and shot into the skies, punching out at the giant blue handprint. Time seemed to come to a standstill. After a brief silence, a terrifying sound spread out. Superman's body ruthlessly smashed into the ground, tearing it apart and forming a terrifying pit. He lay at the bottom of the pit, his body covered with wounds. Blood flowed out, soaking the ground beneath him, gradually turning it crimson. The giant blue handprint gently trembled. Then, it collapsed, disintegrated, and vanished from sight. The Whale Sovereign furrowed his eyebrows. But in the next moment, he composed himself and stepped forwards. Since his first strike hadn't been able to kill Superman, he disdained to attack a second time. Of course, this was only the Whale Sovereign's state of mind. That person in the royal palace was still alive. Thus, there were still restraints placed on him. The young girl's eyes widened as she saw this, shocked. The woman beside her had a deep look of worry in her eyes. The guard captain turned and smiled. Then, his figure flickered and he appeared in front of the Whale Sovereign. "Seventh uncle!" The young girl cried out in alarm. The woman pursed her lips. "Whether it is a human or sea race, Honorable Ning is still a part of Sea Spirit Pavilion. This is your seventh uncle's responsibility." Almost at the same time, the vice priest in the carriage shouted out, "Stop him!" On the back of the sea wolf, Shuizheng straightened his body. No one could see his movements before his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing side by side with the guard captain. There was no eye contact. As long as the two of them were determined to protect Ning Qin, that was enough. The Whale Sovereign's eyes flashed. "Sea Spirit Pavilion's seventh night sky, I can understand why you want to help. After all, he is still a part of Sea Spirit Pavilion. But what about you? Moon Praying Shrine's Wolf Riders, why are you interfering?" Shuizheng had an indifferent expression. He faced the Whale Sovereign. Even if he didn't have the least bit of confidence in his heart, his eyes were still firm. He frowned at the question but didn't respond. "For a human, you dare to make an enemy of me? That is a crime worthy of death," the Whale Sovereign slowly said. In the next moment, his eyes turned sharp. Space violently twisted, covering the three people in a blur. No one could clearly see just what was happening. 3 breaths of time later, the guard captain of Sea Spirit Pavilion, the man named Seventh Night Sky, was sent flying backwards. The clothes on his chest had been torn to pieces, revealing a terrifying purple palm print. After another 4 breaths of time, Shuizheng stumbled out of the distorted space. There were countless wounds on his body, some of them deep to the bone, and blood gushed out. In 7 breaths of time, he had defeated 2 nascent soul powerhouses. Whether it was Seventh Night Sky or Moon Praying Shrine's Wolf Riders, they were both synonymous with absolute strength. The Whale Sovereign's formidable strength had been revealed to all. "Your name is Shuizheng, right?" The Whale Sovereign had a look of praise in his eyes. "I have heard of your name before. You are far more brilliant than the rumors say. Submit to me and I will grant you a new life." Shuizheng's eyes were indifferent, as if these terrifying wounds weren't on his body. With a loud shout, blood gushed out from his body. Billowing blood fog condensed above his head, forming the phantom of a blood wolf. It reared its head back and howled, turning into a stream of blood-red light. The Whale Sovereign shook his head. "Stubborn fool." Bang! The blood-red light disintegrated. The blood wolf cried out miserably as its body disintegrated. Shuizheng was sent flying backwards. The sounds of bones breaking rang out, making one's scalp tingle. The Whale Sovereign looked up. His eyes fell on Qin Yu and the corners of his lips curled up. "Junior, are you called Qin Yu or Ning Qin? Of course, none of this is important. What is important is that we finally meet again." Shuar Qin Yu opened his eyes. The Whale Sovereign didn't speak any further. He had already wasted too much time, so he might as well end things earlier. He lifted a hand towards Qin Yu and clenched his fingers. Qin Yu had just regained control of his mortal body, but he could sense everything that occurred in the outside world. Facing the Whale Sovereign's clenched hand, his heart violently shrank, as if it would explode at any moment. His face paled uncontrollably, but his expression remained calm, like a silent stone. In the face of death and despair, he maintained his calm and indifference, and then, he launched his own counterattack. Many years ago, in the deepest depths of a pool, he had obtained the demon blood he needed to cultivate the demon body. There were also some scenes that were branded into his mind, never to be forgotten again. At this time, these scenes flowed through his mind. In a trance, he seemed to see the demonic phantom that towered into the heavens above the earth, as well as that finger that descended from the highest heavens. Thus, Qin Yu lifted his hand and pointed forward. A terrifying extraction occurred. Even with his current cultivation, his field of vision darkened and he felt dizzy. Within his dantian sea, the 5-colored golden cores began to dim. A finger appeared. If one looked carefully, they would discover that it was both similar and different from Qin Yu's hand. The fingerprints on its surface wove together in a chaotic manner, as if they came from chaos. They seemed to follow the rules, but at the same time they didn't obey the rules. Thus, it was able to reverse the rules, able to go from weak to strong. Rumble, rumble, a massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual strength crazily poured into the finger. In the wind, it grew until it was over 10 feet long. A gust of wind blew and the clouds rolled back and forth. A finger of wind and clouds rose, a finger of the boundless blue changed. The whale sovereign's eyes brightened. His fingers clenched into a fist, and he ruthlessly punched forwards. In the next moment, his body shook. The whale sovereign, who had been looking down on him ever since he broke through the window, finally took a step back. And in order to accomplish this, Qin Yu had to pay a price. His finger had exploded, revealing the pale white bone beneath. With every step he took back, there was a cracking sound in his chest. It was the sound of bones breaking. Perhaps in the eyes of the seafolk, this was a display of the whale sovereign's incomparably powerful strength. But even someone as strong as Superman could only be rolled over in front of him. Yet, Qin Yu had actually forced him back a step. Those who were able to see this clearly were all secretly shocked by the power of this finger. But being shocked was only being shocked. Their eyes were still filled with pity. If the whale sovereign wanted to kill someone, who could stop him? A terrifying aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed in from all directions. In just the blink of an eye, Qin Yu would be erased. Humph! Whale sovereign, you want to kill my guest. Aren't you looking down on me a bit too much? A cold shout echoed through the capital city. A figure suddenly appeared. Although this figure was thin and withered, he was like a mountain, blocking out all aura. He wore a thick tortoise shell, but at this time he didn't seem comical at all. His once wretched face was now solemn and dignified. Qin Yu relaxed a little. This was the old turtle that had brought him to the sea race capital city. With his strength, he should be able to contend with the whale sovereign. His life had been saved for now. The whale sovereign frowned. Turtle origin. The old turtle sneered. Whale sovereign, what great prestige you have. The whale sovereign narrowed his eyes. Today, I am here to kill a human spy. If you stop me, that will be a violation of the oath we made when we became the capital city's protector. Aren't you afraid of a backlash from that oath? Humph! Don't try to use that oath to scare me. I already said that this junior is my guest. The old turtle swept his eyes around and suddenly pointed a finger. Brat Mengli, when I brought Qin Yu back to the capital city, I left him in your care. Now, tell the whale sovereign whether or not he is my guest. Mengli stiffened and his face paled. The truth was that when Qin Yu revealed his true appearance, he had already paled. Only when he saw the whale sovereign's unstoppable attack did he calm down a little. He never imagined that he would be caught by the old turtle without any preparations and used as a witness to confront the whale sovereign. The thought of "I should faint" flashed through his mind. Over the years he had spent in the sea of officials, this move had helped him avoid several crises. But today, he only thought about it for a moment before immediately suppressing this thought. Looking at the chill in Mr. Turtle's eyes, if he fainted now, there was a high chance he would never wake up. Chapter 175. Reporting to Whale Sovereign. What Mr. Turtle said is true. Stammering and trembling with fear, Mengli almost cried when he finished speaking. It's over, it's over. I've been playing all sorts of tricks in my life. Fawning and currying favor with her is nothing difficult. But today I've completely failed. He had offended the whale sovereign. Although the sea region was vast, Commander Mengli found it difficult to even breathe. Old Tortoise nodded in satisfaction. His eyes swept across the room. Did you hear that? If I say he's my guest, then he must be. What else do you have to say? The whale sovereign furrowed his eyebrows. In front of him, he had always been as calm as a mountain, callous and overbearing, but that didn't mean that he didn't know when to advance or retreat. Perhaps in terms of absolute strength, he was stronger than the old turtle, but in order to determine victory or defeat, they would have to engage in a life-or-death battle. The price would be far too great, and the ripples would be too great. A thought of retreating appeared in his heart. After all, now that he had determined that Qin Yu was Turtle Origin's guest, he finally had a way out. If he left after saying a few words, it wouldn't be shameful. In fact, it would give others the impression that he was considering the overall situation. At this time, he glanced at Qin Yu from the corner of his eyes. He was frowning at him, and their gazes collided without warning. At this moment, the whale sovereign's heart shrank and an inexplicable sense of fear rose in his heart. A thought immediately rose up in his mind. If this Qin Yu wasn't killed in time, that would be raising a tiger that would invite calamity. Before, it was said that those that had nearly reached divine soul had extremely accurate senses. This intense sense of crisis caused the whale sovereign's killing intent to rise. Qin Yu's heart chilled. Just as he was about to lower his head, the whale sovereign's eyes brightened. They were like two sharp arrows that pierced through the air. With a stuffy cough, Qin Yu closed his eyes. Blood flowed down from between his eyes, and what was even more terrifying was that his soul felt as if it had been pierced by an arrow. If it weren't for him refining the 5-element spiritual objects and recklessly increasing his soul force recently, this strike might have taken his life. As the pain was unbearable, Qin Yu subconsciously thought of something. If the whale sovereign had such a powerful divine sense attack, then why didn't he do anything when he held Princess Lushy hostage? Perhaps there was only one answer. He had tacitly allowed the incident to happen. The old turtle angrily shouted, "Whale sovereign!" Bang! A monstrous aura burst out of his body, and a roar suddenly sounded in the void above his head. The image of a giant turtle appeared, towering like a mountain. The whale sovereign looked up. A tyrannical strength erupted from him. Like an invisible hand, it disturbed the order of space. In a blur, the shadow of a giant whale emerged, swinging its giant tail and stirring up a torrential tide of spiritual power. A tortoise and a whale. Two colossal beings stood facing each other from a distance. Even though they were only phantoms, they represented the two's true power. The collision of shapeless auras caused space to collapse ceaselessly and reveal numerous rifts of various sizes. This was the shattering of space. In the legends, only a divine soul realm existence above the nascent soul realm could accomplish this. The whale sovereign and turtle origin's strength was completely revealed. When their strength collided, it was actually comparable to a divine soul. As a heaven-shaking battle was about to erupt, a light voice echoed in the skies above the capital city. "Do you too want to tear down this solitude's capital city?" He was calm and natural. In this tense situation, he naturally exuded a strong self-confidence that seemed to be in control of everything. This was the will of the sea sovereign. Even someone as strong as the whale sovereign and turtle origin had to bow their heads in respect of this will. Both of them took a step back. Although their gazes were still unfriendly, they had already retracted their auras. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The sea sovereign's voice continued to echo out. "Concerning this matter, this solitude will personally investigate it. Whale sovereign, there is no need for you to interfere." The whale sovereign respectfully nodded, without any hesitation at all. He brought some water, bowed once more to express his respect, and then turned to leave. Whether it was the sea sovereign or the whale sovereign himself, neither of them mentioned anything about wounding others. With their status, these were minor matters that weren't worth mentioning at all. "Mr. Turtle, I'll have to trouble you to clean up the loose ends." The sea sovereign's voice faded away. The invisible aura that covered the world also converged with it. To force back the whale sovereign with a single word, what he relied on wasn't something as simple as a few words. The sea races were more direct than humans. Strength determined everything. Soupman was lifted onto the carriage. His injuries were serious, but looking at the old turtle's expression, he didn't seem worried at all. Thinking about it, as the person in charge of the royal palace's treasury, the amount of heavenly materials stored within was astonishing. As long as he didn't die now, he likely wouldn't die. Seventh Night Sky was taken away by the guards of Sea Spirit Pavilion. For some unknown reason, their attitude towards the royal palace guards was rather cold. The old turtle seemed to know something. He shook his head, not saying anything. However, he didn't discover that there was a pair of deep blue eyes staring at him from within Sea Spirit Pavilion's carriage, a bit dazed. Shuizheng's injuries were terrifying. There was no need to say anything. Just by looking at the cracked flesh and broken bones that pierced through his skin, one could see it. But the coldness he displayed left everyone startled. He refused the help of his subordinates and slowly stood up with difficulty. Then, he mounted the sea wolf. Moon Praying Shrine's carriage turned and drove off into the distance. The old turtle glanced at them, seeming to appreciate Shuizheng. But he still frowned. He didn't know why Moon Praying Shrine wanted to meddle in today's matters. Whatever, if he couldn't figure it out, then he couldn't figure it out. He was getting old and his brain wasn't that good to begin with. If he could save some of his brain, then he would. If he consumed too much, then it was easy to become stupid. The old turtle turned his head and his eyes fell on Qinyu. The corners of his lips twitched. If he knew that bringing this brat here would bring so many variables to the capital city, he would have already flattened him and eaten him as a dessert. But now, not only could he not eat him, but he also had to carefully protect him. Thinking of this, the old turtle felt a bit depressed and his complexion didn't look too good. He waved his hand. "Capture him and bring him to the royal palace for interrogation. We must rescue Honorable Ning." Since Soupman had already used this excuse, he might as well keep using it. Although it was a bit like burying one's head in the sand, for better or worse he could at least fool them once or twice. As Qinyu was brought past, he cupped his hands together and bowed. "Thank you, Senior, for helping me." The old turtle's complexion turned even uglier. "Take him away, take him away." "Bah, if it weren't for His Majesty, who would want to save you?" It had to be said that there were great masters within the royal palace. The follow-up measures were quickly carried out. When the sound shell station began to report that Honorable Ning had been kidnapped, the several streets around Sea Spirit Pavilion's 9-layer building were temporarily closed off for renovations. At the same time, over a dozen different versions of the news appeared in the capital city. Most of them said that Honorable Ning had fallen into a trap set up by humans and that they wanted to use his identity to plot against him. There were also 1 or 2 versions that claimed that Honorable Ning was a human. But these stories were crudely fabricated and filled with all sorts of unreasonable things. It was easy to see that they were all fake. With a series of methods used, not only did they suppress the shock caused by this incident in the shortest possible time, but they also successfully muddied the waters. The seafolk were filled with bewilderment, unable to determine that Honorable Ning was a human. That was enough. Qinyu, who had dazzled the world for a long period of time, had now been reduced to a pitiful prisoner. The shackles that the seafolk had specially forged to imprison powerful cultivators were now intimately attached to his body. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. The soul was sealed tightly, and the quality of the workmanship was impeccable. Luckily, it seemed that the people in the royal palace hadn't decided how to deal with him, or perhaps they had some sort of need for him. Thus, his storage ring and other personal belongings were still on his body. Qinyu thought for a moment. If it was the second situation, then it should be the terrifying vine beneath the royal palace. His heart relaxed a little. He had disguised himself as a sea spirit teacher and survived the competition, obtaining the sea spirit baptism. Just as he was about to retire with a bountiful harvest, who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the current situation would occur? Even though he understood that thinking about this was useless, he still couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smile. He sighed at his lack of luck. Seventh Night Sky was strong, but what he was most proud of wasn't his strength. Rather, it was his life-saving methods. As a mercenary that had roamed the sea region for many years, before he was accepted by Sea Spirit Pavilion, he had relied on his excellent life-saving techniques to survive. Thus, even though his injuries were heavy, after a careful inspection, the woman relaxed. She whispered a few words and then left with the young miss. In her words, even if they moved out of that palace, they were still the most honored people in the world. They couldn't be tainted by the bad luck of the place where they were injured. Seventh Night Sky bitterly smiled. He knew the stubbornness and unwillingness in the depths of her heart, so he closed his eyes and pretended not to hear. He closed the door, his movements inadvertently becoming much lighter. It was clear that the woman wasn't as careless as she appeared. She turned around and saw that the young girl was a bit absent-minded. She thought for a moment and said in a soft voice, "Miss, were you scared by today's events?" The young girl revealed a smile. "Seventh Auntie, don't look down on me. I'm not that timid. It's just that." She bit her lips and whispered, "Seventh Auntie, don't you think that Honorable Ning seems a bit familiar?" The woman frowned. She squatted down. "Miss, although Seventh Night Sky tried to stop the Whale Sovereign today, he is still a human. In the future, our Sea Spirit Pavilion will have to draw a clear line with him." The young girl seemed to understand but also not understand. She nodded and didn't speak further. She lowered her head, her eyes rolling around. He was clearly a bit familiar. She had definitely seen him before. After the woman left, she rubbed her chin in her hand. She clenched her teeth and hesitated for a long time, as if she had made some sort of decision. Moon-praying shrines settled down in the capital city. They didn't hide from the people that followed them in secret. They openly walked into the backyard of a casino in the capital city. In the sea region, which powerful tribe didn't have spies placed in the capital city? This was a matter that was tacitly agreed upon in private. For instance, this casino was one of Moon-praying Shrine's public properties. Shuizheng went to recover from his wounds. Even if he was powerful enough, he would still need a long period of time to recover from such serious injuries. The white-dressed woman followed behind the vice priest. They left his room and walked down a long winding corridor. After hesitating again and again, she said in a soft voice, "Vice priest, what should we do next?" The vice priest had a calm expression. "Wait." Moon-praying Shrine stood proudly on the outside. How could they not monitor the strongest forces in the sea region? Even that dignified royal palace had enough strength that they could use. For matters related to the Saint Flower, news absolutely could not be leaked out. Thus, no matter how anxious they were, they had to wait for news to arrive before making further plans. As the young girl made a decision and the group from Moon-praying Shrine waited in torment in the royal palace, a heated discussion about how to deal with Qin Yu was in full swing. Chapter 176. Honorable Ning's surname wasn't Ning. His name was Qin Yu, and he was a human. This was an absurd and ridiculous matter. Although it seemed like a storybook, it was indeed true. The high-ranking officials all had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When had humans become so fierce? After all, besides the time when Qin Yu first entered the capital city and appeared as a sea spirit teacher, everything he did could be considered brilliant. In particular, the sea spirit baptism that had lasted for nearly 5 days. Thinking about it now caused their lips to twitch, and they silently cried out in their hearts, "O ruler that I sincerely believe in, are you myopic or something?" Of course, whether it was Qin Yu or Ning Qin, myopic or not, there was one point that all the seafolk in the hall agreed on. He could not die. Although they knew that this was because of His Majesty, as they thought about how this human had deceived all the sea folk and ridiculed the capital city, not only could they not kill him, but they had to carefully protect him. They couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. Everyone, the whale sovereign, has personally taken action, so it can be seen just how strong his killing intent is. The incident with the companion vine is still fresh in our minds, so we must be extra careful when protecting Qin Yu. That's natural. With you and I protecting him with all our strength, if someone still manages to succeed, they might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill themselves. Protecting Qin Yu shouldn't be difficult, but what about the aftermath? Although the rumors we spread have already taken effect, our Honorable Ning has played a trick in front of everyone's eyes. We need to give an explanation. That isn't difficult. Although there aren't many humans in the capital city, for better or worse there are still some. We just need to pick someone of similar age and destroy their face. Then we can announce that they failed to escape and were killed. Isn't this a bit too rough? I think it's good. So what if it's rough? Do you think anyone would dare to investigate? We can also take this opportunity to tell those that as long as they stand on His Majesty's side, even if they are humans, we will still save them. This will help them understand just what choice they should make. The Sea Sovereign straightened his back. He sat quietly on his dragon throne, listening to his officials speak. His eyes flashed. Mr. Turtle, what do you think about this matter? Old Tortoise opened his eyes with a trace of confusion. The people beside him quickly reminded him in a low voice. His expression did not change as he said solemnly, "Regarding this matter, I do have some thoughts that I would like to discuss with Your Majesty." The Sea Sovereign was startled. He wasn't sure if Qin Yu was pretending to be calm and trying to find an excuse to cover up the fact that he had gone to sleep, or if he really had something to say. He waved his hand and said, "You may withdraw first." Mr. Turtle had an extremely high status. Although he was different from a loyal servant like Soupman, he was still deeply trusted by His Majesty. No one was stupid enough to express any dissatisfaction. They all stood up and left. The Sea Sovereign's lips curved up in a smile. Mr. said that if we are tired or thirsty, it would be good for us to stop and rest. The old tortoise's skin was as thick as a mountain, but being teased by the most outstanding disciple still made him feel a little embarrassed. After all, similar things had happened several times before. However, he was confident today. He coughed lightly and quickly regained his composure. He said, "I have official business." The Sea Sovereign said, "Mister, please speak." Old Tortoise said faintly, "Your Majesty, do you remember our discussion about the royal bloodline? Now might be a good opportunity." The Sea Sovereign frowned. "Mister is speaking of this Qin Yu?" The old tortoise smiled. "That's right. Ordinary seafolk only know that the sea spirit baptism is a rare opportunity that only purple-card sea spirit teachers can have. But, His Majesty and I both know that as long as one is strong enough, they can also obtain a gift from the sea spirit. How much of this gift is related to one's cultivation, but what is even more crucial is one's bloodline. Your Majesty should be well aware of this. If Qin Yu can trigger a sea spirit baptism for 10 hours with his status as a human, then disregarding all other factors, I am sure that there is an extremely powerful bloodline flowing within him. In fact, his bloodline might even have evolved from the sea. A long, long time ago, there were legends of humans emerging from the sea and reproducing to this day. However, this was never recognized by the arrogant seafolk. After all, in their eyes, how could the incomparably noble seafolk possibly have the slightest relationship with the despicable humans? The Sea Sovereign remained silent. The matter of the royal bloodline that was mentioned before was the greatest secret of the royal family. Up until now, there were only a few people that knew of it, and the only ones that knew of it were him and Turtle Origin. The royal bloodline was regressing. Perhaps it was because their inheritance was too long, or perhaps it was because they had become the royal family and obtained a transcendent authority that was restricted by the heavens and earth, causing them to inevitably fall into decline. In these past years, the royal family's strength from their bloodline had become increasingly thin. There were even cases where they had completely devolved and lost their intelligence, unable to take human form. These special members of the royal family were gathered together and announced to the outside world that they had died. But in secret, professionals were sent out to try and find the reason. After a long time, nothing was found. Although on the surface the royal family was still strong and full of vitality, the trend of their bloodline devolution was becoming increasingly strong with the passage of time. Thus, the Sea Sovereign and Mr. Turtle had a secret discussion in order to find a way to resolve this issue. The method that the two of them thought of was straightforward, but the results were worth looking forward to. That was to marry outsiders. The outsiders here referred to races that weren't part of the sea races. This was because through the endless years of inheritance, the Flood Dragon race had maintained the tradition of marrying other powerful races. With the strength of the Flood Dragon bloodline, even after the bloodline was neutralized, it was still guaranteed that the majority of their descendants would still have the body of a Flood Dragon. Only after several generations of reproduction and the Flood Dragon bloodline became increasingly thin would the characteristics of other races begin to appear. Thus, the various powerful clans of the sea region all had the bloodline of a Flood Dragon in their bodies. For instance, the incomparably powerful Whale Sovereign. Strictly speaking, he should be the cousin of the Sea Sovereign. If he were to marry them, it would be impossible to further strengthen and activate his royal bloodline. Thus, humans became the best choice. But this matter was met with heavy resistance. In the past, when the Sea Sovereign had mentioned it, he had been spat out at by a group of stubborn old fools. They had even threatened that if His Majesty dared to tarnish the nobility of the royal family bloodline, they would smash their heads against the main gates of the royal palace and use their deaths to atone for their crimes to their ancestors. Although the Sea Sovereign wished that these old fellows would smash their heads against the wall and save his ears from further torment, he suppressed this thought and postponed this matter indefinitely. In all fairness, if they really wanted to marry a human, Qin Yu was the best choice. But those stubborn council of elders were difficult to deal with. The old turtle seemed to have guessed this. He sneered, "Qin Yu is related to your Majesty's safety. With that as a reason, who dares to oppose him? Your Majesty, if you wish to marry a human, then this is a wonderful opportunity. It can also solve Qin Yu's problem. In addition, there is another piece of news that your Majesty might not know. This Qin Yu is the cultivator that kidnapped Princess Lushy." The Sea Sovereign was startled. No wonder the Whale Sovereign was so angry that he couldn't help but personally take action. This Solitude was originally thinking about it, but now it can be explained. The old turtle smiled. "I lost face in the past, but with the Whale Sovereign's strength, what happened in the past, it's hard to say. What I want to tell your Majesty is that Princess Lushy has recently sent people to secretly investigate information about Qin Yu." The Sea Sovereign's eyes flashed. "It was Soupman who discovered it. His injuries aren't light. Before he went into seclusion, he temporarily handed over his subordinates to me to manage on his behalf. It was there that I inadvertently discovered this information." "Mister, are you saying that Lushy is interested in this person?" "The reason that I repelled the demon monarch and rescued Qin Yu was because I was entrusted by Princess Lushy. If she didn't have any feelings for him, why would she ask me to carefully investigate him? There are some things that I believe I have a good eye for. When it comes to Qin Yu, I chose not to tell Princess Lushy because there was no possibility between them. But now that is a different matter. I can use this as an excuse to ask Lushy for her opinion." The Sea Sovereign thought for a moment and nodded. "Very well, then it shall be as Mr. says. But this matter must first be approved by Lushy, otherwise I will have to make further plans." The old turtle smiled and nodded. "Of course. Just how honored is the princess of my sea race's royal family? How could she possibly be forced to marry someone? He stood up. Your Majesty, I will make a trip now. Within the sea races, regardless of gender or age, everyone had the same right to inheritance. Everything depended on talent and methods, and the winner would obtain the qualifications to inherit. Thus, the princess' residence was built outside the royal palace. It was grand and majestic, and the guards at the entrance had sharp eyes and fierce auras. They coldly swept their eyes over the seafolk that passed by, their bodies filled with an indifference that didn't allow strangers to approach. However, when Old Tortoise arrived, the guards all had flattering expressions on their faces. They smiled radiantly and bowed repeatedly in an extremely obsequious manner. Ah, mister, if you are looking for Her Highness the Princess, then of course there is no problem. You can directly enter without needing to report. Her Highness the Princess has already given the order. Even as they watched Mr. Turtle's figure disappear, the smiles on their faces didn't fade in the least. Although there was no need to report, before Mr. Turtle could enter the rear residence, Princess Lushy had already led her personal maid out to greet him. Mister, how come you have the free time to come visit me today? Her voice was calm and her face was also calm. But there were some subtle details that didn't escape the old turtle's eyes. This girl was clearly worried, and there was also a bit of hidden bitterness in her heart that she had been concealed from him. It was just that she was smart enough not to say anything. The old turtle's heart relaxed. He pretended to sigh. I just returned from the royal palace and listened to their argument until my head swelled. If your highness doesn't welcome me, then I will leave. Hold on. Mister, what are you arguing about? Mr. Turtle shook his head. They are arguing. What sort of status do I have? How could I do something so degrading? To be more specific, it is that Chin. He disguised himself as a sea spirit teacher to swindle and deceive everyone. You should also be aware of the changes in the sea mausoleum. Everyone says that it is a human plot, and there are many voices calling for him to be killed. Princess Lushy's face stiffened and a bit of anxiety appeared in her eyes. Old Turtle looked at her with interest. He blinked and said, I'm just joking. That brat Chin is fine for now, but what happens next will depend on Her Highness' choice. Princess Lushy bit her lip. Just as she was about to become angry, she regained her composure. What does that have to do with me? Mr. Turtle calmly said, It wasn't before, but now it is because His Majesty intends to marry the princess to Chin. If the princess agrees, then he will be the son-in-law of the sea races and all old debts will be written off. If you don't agree, then it's hard to say what will happen. Princess Lushy was shocked and embarrassed. Her face flushed red and she pouted. Mister, what nonsense are you speaking? Mr. Turtle earnestly nodded. It looks like the princess isn't willing. I will go and report this to His Majesty. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Princess Lushy panicked. Stop. The old turtle turned around, a teasing look on his face. Chapter 177. As for the matter of Princess Lushy taking a liking to Chin, it was indeed a bit melodramatic. But as someone who came from the sea region's royal family, as a high and lofty princess, she had never experienced such a dangerous situation before. When Chin was filled with despair, the image of King Quanglon was engraved in her heart. As time passed, it didn't fade. Rather, it became increasingly clear. One could attribute this matter to her being too young and inexperienced, lacking in experience. If several dozen years passed and the princess had seen the hearts of others, she feared she wouldn't have been moved so easily. You could think of it as Chin taking advantage of her ignorance to steal her heart. Of course, this act of stealing her heart had been unexpected. Thus, when Chin, who was under house arrest in the palace and waiting to be dealt with by the sea races, learned of this matter from the smiling and wretched turtle Origin, his face stiffened. In the eyes of the old turtle, This was the expression of someone who had been struck by a meat pie from the heavens and couldn't react in time. This was an obvious matter, one that couldn't be wrong even if they thought about it with their knees. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had gone from a prisoner to the son-in-law of the sea races. As for whether or not Qin Yu would refuse, heavens, is there something wrong with your head? This sort of good fortune can't be found anywhere, much less in the current situation. Not to mention that Princess Lushy was as beautiful as a flower and was known as the most beautiful pearl in the sea races. Even if her face was as round as a bucket and her voice as coarse as an old bull, you would still have to accept her in order to live. Humph, this old turtle has lived for so many years and my understanding of human nature is not something that you juniors can compare with. With a clear cough, Turtle Origin had an indifferent and helpless expression. Originally, I and the other high-ranking officials were strongly opposed to this matter. After all, how could the royal bloodline of the sea region be diluted so casually? But, His Majesty cherishes talent and believes that you are a rare and precious talent, so he overrode all opposition and came up with this method. Qin Yu, you definitely saved the world in your past life. Yes, that's right. Then, do you have any more questions? Qin Yu's lips twitched as he looked at this old turtle, who kept on saying that he had saved the world. Then, he hurriedly said, "Brat, why don't you hurry up and nod?" Then, he would be moved to tears. "Senior, can we discuss this? For instance, I can help you continue to treat that vine underground or something else. After all, I am only a human, so how could I be worthy of the noble Princess Lushy?" The old turtle's face stiffened. He turned around and stared at Qin Yu, wondering if he was hearing things. But the little bastard's expression was a clear refusal. Rejected. He actually rejected a princess of the sea race. The first thought that came to Old Tortoise's mind was that this brat was absolutely crazy. Immediately, a raging fire ignited in his chest, and at the same time, he panicked a little. Because he never thought that Qin Yu would refuse, he first asked for Princess Lushy's opinion. Then, here came the problem. Now that the princess had agreed to marry him, was he supposed to turn around and say that she refused to marry him? That scene was too wonderful, he didn't dare to imagine it. Thus, the old turtle was enraged. He glared at Qin Yu and shouted, "Qin Yu, don't you know what's good for you? Have you considered the consequences of refusing the princess? Let me warn you, think before you make a decision. Otherwise, it will be too late when you regret it in the future." Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I agree." The old turtle was overjoyed. He thought that it was a good thing that he was dignified enough to subdue this human junior with just a few words. Just as he was secretly pleased with himself, he suddenly frowned, a suspicious look in his eyes. "You suddenly agreed, but why do I feel so uneasy? Speak, are you plotting something?" Qin Yu had a helpless expression. "The one who asked me to agree was you, but now that I've agreed, you're suspicious. What should I do then?" The old turtle's thoughts raced. "There is something I must inform you in advance. After you are married, you and the princess cannot take a single step out of the mansion. Of course, this won't be for too long. Once the princess gives birth to a Kirin child, you will be free." Now, it was Qin Yu's turn to stiffen. He cursed inwardly at how old people were and how cunning they were. He shook his head and said, "This junior believes that this is a great insult to me. So, regarding this marriage, we should discuss it at length." The old turtle cursed out loud. He rejoiced inwardly that he had been careful enough, otherwise if Qin Yu had run away after the marriage, he really would have become a joke. Qin Yu lowered his head, not speaking. No matter how the old turtle cursed, his heart gradually calmed down. It seemed that the sea races really did have a place where they needed him. As for his marriage with Princess Lushy, who the hell knew what was going on? In any case, it was impossible for him to agree, otherwise he really would have stayed behind to make a child. An hour. 2 hours. 4 hours. The old turtle gasped for breath. His lips were red from grinding and his voice was hoarse. He lifted a trembling hand and pointed at Chin-yu. You brat, you're good. Today I will give you a firm word. If you don't agree to this marriage, you can forget about taking a single step out of here. Think about it carefully. He flicked his sleeves and left. Chin-yu looked up, a bitter smile on his face. What he feared the most right now was this result. The sea races wouldn't let him go. In this royal palace, he really wouldn't be able to escape. He feared that he would have to do something to that underground vine before the sea races would agree to let him leave. As he furrowed his eyebrows in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. It was true that his cultivation had been sealed away, but his 5 senses were still extremely powerful. The footsteps were light. It should be a woman. Could it be that Princess Lushy had come to kill him just because he refused? The old turtle wouldn't do something like this. The sound of footsteps approached. He looked up and saw that it was indeed a woman. No, it should be called a little lowly, around 12 to 13 years old. She had a pair of beautiful eyes and a delicate face. Once she grew up, she would definitely be a beauty that could bring calamity to a nation. The young girl didn't speak. She approached Chin-yu and sniffed him with her delicate nose. After several breaths of time, she looked at Chin-yu and brightly smiled. It's you, I knew it was you. Chin-yu's face froze. What was going on here? Strange things happened every year, but this year seemed to be especially strange. First was the inexplicable marriage that he had no choice but to agree to. Then, in the blink of an eye, a beautiful little lowly appeared, looking as if she had finally found him. But the key point was that he didn't have any impression of her at all. As he was stunned, the young girl threw herself at him. She intimately hugged Chin-yu's arm and jumped up and down. I knew I would be able to see you again. Seventh Auntie always has a perfunctory expression on her face, but did you think I wouldn't be able to see through it? What do you mean the sea region is too vast and it's hard for the two of us to meet again? And here I am meeting you again. When I go back, I will definitely mock Seventh Auntie for being too old-fashioned and inflexible. Well, Seventh Auntie doesn't like people calling her old, so forget it. Chin-yu's face was filled with a stunned expression. Soon, he felt a bit embarrassed. The young girl happily twisted her body around, her newly developed chest rubbing against his arm. To be honest, it felt quite good, but the problem was that he wasn't that kind of person. He quickly drew back, putting some distance between him and the young girl. He said in a low voice, little girl, you've mistaken me for someone else. We shouldn't know each other." The young girl blinked her eyes. "I'm not mistaken, it's you. Let me tell you, my nose is very good. As long as I remember the smell, I will never forget it." As she spoke to her, she seemed to suddenly think of something important. I didn't say my name, that's just too rude. Big brother Chin-yu, you can call me Yaya. My name is Sang-ye." Chin-yu reached out a hand to stop the young girl from throwing herself at him. He looked at her aggrieved expression and felt a bit guilty. He quickly said, "Yaya, you're called Yaya, I'll remember that. But can you tell me when we've met?" Sang-ye earnestly said, "When I went out last time. I wasn't careful and was captured by some bad humans. They killed many seafolk and I almost died. Luckily, Big Brother Chin, you rushed over and rescued me and Seventh Auntie." The young girl's words weren't clear, but Chin-yu soon found the corresponding part. He probingly asked, "Netherworld Sea Region?" Seeing Sang-ye nod again and again, Chin-yu confirmed that she was one of the seafolk that he had subconsciously rescued when they were fighting over the demonic paths St. Furnace. This was unexpected. It was no wonder that her attitude was so intimate. Chin-yu relaxed a little. The reason he had been so cautious and resistant before was because he was worried that this was a trap laid down by the seafolk. For instance, a honey trap good, such a little lowly was indeed capable of stirring up the dark side of a person's heart. Moreover, there was no one around and the young girl was in such a cute and endearing state. Chin-yu coughed and steadied his thoughts. His eyes flashed. Yaya, can you help me with something? If this young girl was able to enter the royal palace to see him at this time, then her status was definitely not ordinary. He couldn't care too much about this right now. He could only give it a try. Sang Yaya had a serious expression. Big brother Chinyu, what do you want me to do? I will definitely help you. Chinyu first expressed his thanks. Yaya, help me investigate. Back then, when Soupman, if you don't know him, ask someone else who saved me with him. Soupman is my uncle's servant. I saw him when I was very young. Moreover, when Big Brother Chinyu was captured, I was also there. The ones who saved you were my seventh uncle, and also the leader of Moon-Praying Shrine's wolf riders. They seemed very fierce. Yeah, who are you? The young girl blabbered on. Although there were many unnecessary words, such as how old she was this year or when her birthday was, she still provided enough information. For instance, she came from Sega City, and was the true master of Sea Spirit Pavilion, the only daughter of that mysterious madam. The master of this royal palace was her uncle. Good, her background was indeed great. If so, then Seventh Night Sky's actions could be explained. After all, he had once been someone from Sea Spirit Pavilion. But now that his status as a human had been exposed, it was likely that he could no longer borrow the strength of Sea Spirit Pavilion. Then, all that was left was Moon-Praying Shrine. Although he didn't care much about the seafolk, he had been in the capital city for a long time, so he had heard some news from places like the Sound Shell Station. For instance, the various large tribes of the sea races were dissatisfied with the rule of the capital city. Moon-Praying Shrine was strong. From the praise in the young girl's voice, he knew this. Then, they certainly wouldn't have saved him for no reason. There had to be a reason, then. Chapter 178. A moment later, the young girl called Sang Yaya walked out of the main hall with light step. Then, all of the gentleness and adorableness disappeared from her beautiful face. Although she tried to remain calm and indifferent, there was still a calm and noble air about her that caused one to instinctively feel a deep sense of respect. The royal guards that stood guard outside the palace were all carefully selected. Whether it was loyalty or strength, they were all outstanding. But now they were staring straight ahead, their cold and indifferent faces without expression, as if they couldn't see the young girl walking out of the main hall. Like this, she draped a black robe over her shoulders and boarded a carriage that slowly departed. The journey was unimpeded. It was unknown who was driving the carriage, but the heavily guarded royal palace was completely open to this carriage. There were no questions or checks. The carriage left the royal palace. After walking through the streets of the capital city for a moment, there were no reminders of any hidden arrangements. The young girl's voice sounded out, "Go to the Great Glory Gambling Hall." Perhaps because they knew that they had already been locked onto by the capital city's spies, this gambling hall that belonged to Moon-Praying Shrine had come up with such a vulgar name. Because of their deep background and good reputation, even though many gamblers knew that this was a business of Moon-Praying Shrine, they still came to support them. In any case, with so many people here, how could the Dark Knight Division investigate them one by one? That wouldn't tire out those rotten dogs that walked in the shadows. Of course, if one wanted to ask these gamblers if there were any spies or spies mixed in, was there a need to say anything? As long as they couldn't be caught, that was fine. The carriage left the royal palace and entered the rear courtyard of the Great Glory Gambling Hall. In a nearby alley, the people that had been sent out had already cleaned up the surroundings. The young girl thought for a moment and decided to personally hand over the letter. She ordered, "Go and draw someone out." The carriage nodded. His figure leapt onto the ground and vanished in several steps. The carriage stopped alone in the alley, but there was no need to worry about the young girl's safety. If there really was danger, they would be torn to pieces before they could approach. Soon, the carriage jumped over the high wall and returned. A wolf rider followed closely behind. With a loud bang, countless cracks appeared in the ground as he coldly looked over. The window opened and the young girl reached out a hand. "There is a letter here. I'll have to trouble you to pass it to the vice priest. Although they didn't know who was in the carriage, that noble and aloof temperament was enough to show that this wasn't a game. The wolf rider hesitated and took the jade slip. The girl withdrew her hand. Let's go. The coachman shook the reins and drove the carriage out of the alley. After leaving the Daihatsu casino, he said with slight dissatisfaction, "Miss, it was too dangerous just now." It's fine, it's fine. He knows how powerful you are, so he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Besides, it's just delivering a letter. The wolf cavalry aren't brainless. Anyway, it's best if there isn't a next time. Yes, I know, uncle. As the young girl obediently agreed, she secretly thought that this was her big brother Chin Yu's letter. This was the first time she had asked someone to do something for her, so of course she had to personally hand it over to him to feel at ease. When she thought about the situation he was facing in the palace, the girl wrinkled her delicate little nose and muttered with a hint of complaint, "Really, what is uncle thinking? How can he grant a marriage? Also, big sister Qian is too unreserved." She actually agreed directly, and there was no need to talk about this side. Within the Great Glory Gambling Hall, the group from Moon Praying Shrine immediately went into closed-door discussions after receiving the letter. And in another part of the capital city, there were also people racking their brains for Chin Yu. Of course, there was no good intentions behind this. The Whale Sovereign sat on a large throne, his back as straight as a pine tree. Even though he was silent, a powerful pressure covered the entire hall. Thus, all the seafolk in the hall were a bit more cautious with their words, but they still had to express their attitude. I do not agree with attacking Chin Yu. He is currently being closely protected by the royal palace. The chances of success are far too low, and the losses will surely be terrifying. Indeed, at this time, the price of killing Chin Yu is far too great. Perhaps we can wait and slowly look for an opportunity. There are other hidden dangers in this matter. Perhaps it will anger the royal palace and they will counterattack us. In short, the advisors that were analyzing the situation weren't optimistic about this matter. They all held an opposing attitude. The Whale Sovereign quietly listened. Although he appeared overbearing, he had always been a leader that listened to the opinions of others. This was why he had established such a large group of advisors to help him analyze what he was about to do, judge the pros and cons, and determine possible situations. Reality had proven that a single person was inferior to a group of people. These past years, this group of advisors had indeed helped him avoid many losses. But today, the Whale Sovereign wasn't prepared to accept their opinions, even if he knew they were correct. He lifted a hand and the voices below quieted down. The Whale Sovereign lightly said, "I must kill Chin Yu. But the disturbance won't be too great. I already have a plan. What you all need to do is help me plan how to deal with any possible attacks from the royal palace." The advisors respectfully nodded. They had already fulfilled their duties. Since their lord had chosen to act alone, they would unconditionally comply. Moreover, with this as a prerequisite, they would begin to plan, judge, and prepare. With a wave of his hand, the advisors left. The Whale Sovereign turned and looked at the figure in the corner. "Jing Guanjin, you have wasted far too much of my time and energy. But now I will give you a chance. Do a good job and I will give you what you deserve." Jing Guanjin's complexion was pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. He looked up and revealed a strange smile. "Is it to deal with Chin Yu? Then I agree. Lord Father, no matter what price I have to pay. Towards the person who had ruined his life, how could he not hate him to the bone?" As for the Whale Sovereign saying that he would give him what he deserved, Jing Guanjin didn't believe him. Although he had been sent away as a child, and there was almost no chance for them to get close, father and son always had a certain understanding of each other. His father was a person who placed great importance on morality. Thus, even though he had done many things in secret these past years, he was still highly regarded by the outside world. How could such a person allow a tainted descendant to inherit everything he had? Since everything was irreversible, then killing Qin Yu was what he desired the most. Honorable Ning was a human. If there was a ranking list of the top 10 most shocking events of the year in the Sea region, this matter would undoubtedly be at the top. Moreover, several streets behind it, nearly every sea folk was scrambling to discuss this matter and express their own opinions. Of course, the secret news that the royal palace spread out was very useful. In addition to some careful guidance, there were always different voices appearing. For instance, Honorable Ning being kidnapped by humans, but in the end, this could only deceive the middle and lower class seafolk. As for the true top circles of nobles, they naturally knew the truth long ago. Honorable Ning was a human. Or rather, Qin Yu was a human, there was no doubt about this. Sea Spirit Pavilion had the greatest impact on this matter. Their soaring momentum had been swept away, and in a situation where there were people who wanted to slander them, it seemed as if their relationship with the human race had become unclear. Of course, those that did these things were people related to the Sea Spirit world. The true great figures knew of Sea Spirit Pavilion's background, so they scoffed at these rumors. Anyone could have colluded with the human race, but Sea Spirit Pavilion definitely did not. Besides them, the one that was affected the most was the Qing family on Noble Court Avenue. Ever since the day the 9-story building was destroyed, the Qing family, which had been bustling with visitors and was about to regain its former glory, suddenly fell into decline without any warning. Countless people who were close to the Qing family yesterday retreated far away in the blink of an eye. Their eyes were cold and indifferent, and there was even a trace of unconcealable schadenfreude. Emotions of envy, jealousy, and hate were inevitable for the intelligent races. They had envied the relationship between the Qing family and Qin Yu, but now they were just as happy. Didn't they guard against us in the beginning, afraid that we would stick close to them? Now it looks like we have to thank them. The indifference and resistance from the top circles of the sea races caused the Qing family to instantly fall into a difficult situation. In fact, it was even worse than before, and it seemed as if they would soon be pushed out. Several fierce internal conflicts had already erupted within the Qing family, and each time they ended on bad terms. There were even some Qing family masters that wanted to draw a clear line between them and Qin Yu. The greatest connection between them was Leon and Qingqing's marriage. If so, then it was best to break this marriage apart. The sea races had flourished for a long time, enjoying all sorts of extravagant and luxurious pleasures. In high society, divorce and remarriage weren't rare at all. Moreover, Qingqing had just married not too long ago. If she withdrew now, as long as the Qing family could maintain their current status, they would be able to find a suitable marriage in the future. It was said that Madame Qing pondered for several days before calling her daughter home. No one knew what they discussed, but they knew that when Miss Qingqing left, there seemed to be a finger mark on her face. From then on, she hadn't taken a single step into the Qing family. But this was how things were. They couldn't avoid it for a lifetime. When a woman was 1 month old, she would return to her mother's home. This was a tradition of the sea races that had existed for thousands of years. In a large residence not too far away from Noble Court Avenue, Leon tidied himself up and rubbed his face. Then, he pushed open the door and left. Qingqing was already waiting outside. As she saw him, she squeezed out a smile. "Leon, I've seriously thought about it. It's not like we have to return today, so how about we don't go?" Leon's heart warmed. He helped her tidy up her hair. "Don't worry about me. Sooner or later I will have to face it. As long as you are by my side, I have the confidence to face anything." Qingqing nodded. "I will always be by your side." Leon smiled. "Then I'll thank you in advance." He habitually waved his hand. Then, he remembered that after Teacher's accident, that smart and outstanding steward had found an excuse to take sick leave. He couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. The fickleness of human nature. He had grown up at the bottom of society and had experienced far too much. But the speed at which the upper classes changed their attitudes still left him sighing. Ching grasped his hand. If you want to go, then go. If you keep those half-hearted things, they will only be a disaster. If they look down on my husband, they will regret it in the future. Leon gripped her soft and warm hand. He earnestly said, Ching, I swear I will do my best and not let you suffer any grievances. I'm fine right now. I don't feel wronged at all. The carriage is ready, so let's go. Chapter 179. Although the servants tried their best to appear normal, their eyes occasionally swept over, and they couldn't hide the panic in their eyes. Now that the matter had become so big, who knew when it would spread to this place? After all, Leon was Honorable Ning's only disciple. Perhaps now, he couldn't be called Honorable Ning anymore. Leon had a calm expression. He helped his wife board the carriage and lightly said, Let's go. The carriage drove towards Noble Court Avenue. After a brief silence, Ching hesitated and whispered, Leon, what will happen to Mr. Ning? Leon shook his head. I don't know. He frowned and looked at her earnestly. Ching, I know that you have some complaints in your heart, but I have to tell you that I knew Teacher's identity from the start. That's why I've been preparing for today's events since a long time ago. You have to know that without Teacher, it would have been impossible for us to be together. Lionheart would not have been able to transform, and Mother's illness cannot be cured. I am grateful to Teacher. This was true in the past, is true now, and will be true in the future. Ching, I hope that you can understand. After all, this wasn't Teacher's original intention. Ching blushed red. In these past 2 days when no one was around, she had indeed had similar thoughts. She never thought that even though she hid them in her heart, they would still be discovered by Leon. Seeing his wife a bit embarrassed, Leon held her in his arms and comforted her. You having such thoughts is only an instinct. I don't blame you. Even if Teacher knew, he would only appreciate that Ching hasn't abandoned me even now. To be able to marry you is the greatest fortune of my life. Ching looked at him and humphed. You only know how to say nice things. Her hands subconsciously tightened around his arm. At this time, the carriage violently shook as if it had collided with someone. Leon used all his strength to protect his wife as he loudly shouted out what was happening. The carriage driver couldn't answer. He was pulled to the side and was wildly beaten. The other party's attacks were heavy and blood flowed out. His pitiful cries weakened. The carriage door was flung open and several drunken faces appeared. Curses rushed out. Where did these people come from? They dare to bump into our people? They must be tired of living. Their imposing manner was insufferably arrogant, and they looked like the typical hedonistic young masters. However, looking at their clothes, it was not the style that was trending in the capital recently. Instead, they had some unique local characteristics, and they looked more like the children of nobles from other places. They swayed back and forth, their eyes filled with excitement. When their gazes fell onto Ching, they began to burn with passion. Look, there's even a dainty young lady. Sure enough, King City is a place blessed with outstanding people. She's really beautiful. Beauty, you've bumped into our people. This is going to be troublesome. That's easy, as long as the young lady plays with us. Anything can be discussed. As they spoke, they stretched out their hands to grab Ching. Leon was furious. What are you doing? Stop. He forcefully pushed them away, and in the blink of an eye, they began to fight. The few drunken debauches had ordinary cultivation bases, and their bodies had been hollowed out by alcohol and women. They swayed unsteadily, and they hadn't expected that this brat would actually dare to attack them. Some of them suffered a few blows to their faces, and they were instantly enraged. What are you waiting for? Capture him. Hit him as hard as you can. If he dies, it's on me. You bastard, even my father hasn't hit me yet. You're dead. With loud shouts, the guards rushed over and knocked Leon to the ground. The debauches cursed him for not knowing the difference between life and death, and then surrounded the screaming Ching once more. They had grown up in their own tribes and had been the second generation of villains who had committed all sorts of atrocities since they were young. To them, snatching a woman in the middle of the street wasn't anything at all. Even if this was the capital city, so what? Even the great figures of the capital city, out of consideration for the tribes behind them, could only smile at them. Jing Guanjin was in this group of people. His identity to the outside world was that of a bastard son of a powerful tribe, thus he was able to arrange today's events. He was the one who had initiated this gathering, and he had intentionally made everyone drink too much. Then, he would casually provoke them and flatter them a bit, causing them to become more aggressive and aggressive. What happened next was simple. After obtaining news that Leon and his wife had left, they would pay the bill ahead of time and meet here. Then, it would be extremely simple to have a conflict. Ching screamed, panic-stricken, helpless, and desperate. This caused Leon's eyes to turn blood-red. Faintly, he heard someone say that this person was once Honorable Ning's disciple. Then, someone else said that even a teacher couldn't protect himself, so what could a disciple do? The following words were filled with filthy comments. Most of them were comments on Ching's appearance and figure. Some people even said that this newly married woman was the most interesting to play with. If she struggled a bit more, that would be even better. Leon's head felt like it would explode. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he flipped over the guards holding onto him. There was a saber hilt in front of him, and he fiercely pulled it out. He clenched his teeth and rushed towards the several debauches. Jing Guanjin disdained to actually do something like snatching a woman in the middle of the street, even if he was doing it right now. This wasn't in conflict, because he was only standing on the periphery with a strange smile on his face. He didn't rush forwards to tear off the woman's clothes. As he heard the sound of a saber being unsheathed behind him, as well as the rapid footsteps and gasps of breath, he sighed. He thought that in order to kill Qin Yu, his Lord Father had actually used such a despicable and shameless method. It was clear that his desire to kill Qin Yu was extremely urgent. This was far too good. As he thought this, he remained motionless, allowing the saber to cut down on his back. As the saber edge cut through his flesh, Jing Guanjin frowned, thinking that it really was painful. Then, his complexion turned panic-stricken. He screamed and inadvertently bumped into several people in front of him, making it so that they couldn't dodge the saber light that came slashing down on them. Thus, they cried out in pain and blood splashed everywhere. As the debauches were wetting themselves, Leon rushed in. Ching's dress was torn a bit, but she hadn't truly suffered a loss. She cried out and threw herself into his arms. At the same time, she desperately pulled him back so that he wouldn't continue attacking. This was because she had already recognized several of the debauches just now. They were the hostages of the various tribes that had been sent to the capital city. Perhaps they themselves were extremely weak, but since they had been sent to the capital city, they were all people with extremely noble statuses on the surface. If he injured them, the consequences would be severe. Kill him! Kill him for me! Jing Guanjin perfectly displayed the panic and hysteria of a debauchee disciple after being attacked. Among the bodyguards, a black-armored man looked up. His eyes were ice-cold and without any warmth. He lifted his hand and slapped out. No one imagined that such a true master was hidden among the bodyguards. A terrifying aura swept out like a tsunami, causing one's soul to tremble. Ching's eyes widened. She fiercely pushed Leon away. A brilliant light bloomed behind her and motes of spiritual energy condensed into two beautiful wings. Then, the strength of this palm fell upon those wings. The formidable defensive strength of the sky-sea wings erupted and the wings became incomparably radiant. But, the strength of a nascent soul realm martial artist surpassed the limits of what they could withstand. With a light cracking sound, the two giant wings on Ching's body broke apart. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. She crashed into Leon and the two of them tumbled on the ground. The sound of bones breaking caused one's scalp to tingle and blood to dye the ground red. The debauchee disciples were stunned. They didn't even have time to think about whose bodyguard was so strong. As they watched the situation grow out of control, they immediately sobered up. They glanced at each other and left, cursing their bad luck inwardly. Although they weren't afraid of trouble, this was too outrageous. They would be punished sooner or later, so it was best to leave as soon as possible. Jing Guanjin followed the crowd and boarded their own carriages. As he was leaving, he turned and glanced at the woman lying in a pool of blood. A complex light flashed in his eyes. Then, he thought that Qin Yu should be feeling very uncomfortable, right? The guilt on his face disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Leon struggled to hold on to Qingqing. He held on to her blood-stained hand and shouted out, "Save me, save me!" But the person in his arms had already closed her eyes. She could no longer smile and hold on to his hand. On the streets of the capital city, a wave of sorrow flowed in, so thick that it was hard to breathe. Within the royal palace, in the main hall where he was placed under house arrest, Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, his mind had throbbed and he felt a tightness in his chest. What had happened? Qin Yu frowned. But when he tried to sense it again, that throbbing feeling had already disappeared. But the tightness in his chest didn't subside as time passed. Rather, it became increasingly heavy. This bad premonition was confirmed as night fell. Besides Turtle Origin and Sangyeye, a third guest had arrived in the main hall that no one else had ever entered. To be more precise, it was a sea anemone that was being raised. This sort of sea life had a vague consciousness and a gorgeous appearance. Because it was rare and beautiful, its price was extremely high. It was a spirit pet that only wealthy families could raise. Now, it was holding a jade slip in its mouth. Qin Yu had seen something similar before. It could store video files and was a relatively high-price consumable. The person who did all of this seemed to have thought of Qin Yu's embarrassing situation with his cultivation sealed away, so they had thoughtfully prepared a monster storage bead. Once it was placed close to the jade slip, the monster strength inside would automatically flow out and pour into the jade slip to stimulate the video. Qin Yu watched as this beautiful sea anemone swam away. Then, he picked up the jade slip and the monster storage bead. Like this, the scene that occurred on the streets of the capital city during the day was clearly displayed in front of him. Jing Guanjin, Qingqing lying in a pool of her own blood, Leon weeping blood without end. The video played to the end and then replayed again. After watching it over and over again, Qin Yu's eyebrows gradually furrowed together. The jade slip shattered. Qin Yu was silent. His body was half hidden in the shadows cast down by the curtains. His face was as cold as stone, without any expression. His eyes were cold, but his heart was even colder. Leon and Qingqing had encountered an accident, and someone had recorded this video and sent it to him in the royal palace. It was clear that from the very start, this matter had been aimed at him. They were only the choices that the other party had made when they couldn't touch him. Qin Yu took a deep breath, then took another deep breath. He whispered to himself, "Why did it have to be like this?" He admired Leon. His character, his diligence, his tenacity, all of these were outstanding. Thus, he wanted to help him to the best of his abilities. At the start, he felt a faint sense of satisfaction in his heart. This was because it was because of his help that Leon had been able to escape his past fate and live a brand new life. Qin Yu was gratified. He told himself that he wasn't purely using Leon to hide his own identity. This was because what he had given him was more than enough to compensate for the risks Leon had taken. But now it seemed that he owed him far too much. If he hadn't interfered, Leon might have remained humble and lowly, but the girl he loved wouldn't have died. Perhaps many years from now, he would still be able to recall her smile and not cry in despair as he hugged her ice-cold corpse. Why did it have to be like this? Qin Yu muttered to himself once more. His eyes became increasingly dim and cold. He was silent, waiting. Since they had acted and told him everything, things naturally wouldn't end like this. But, were they really prepared to welcome everything? Chapter 180. The Day of Ancestral Worship was a grand and magnificent ceremony that the Sea region's royal family had established in order to commemorate the first ancestor who had successfully transformed into a flood dragon. All direct descendants of the royal family had to attend in splendid attire. Today, killing was forbidden and peace was to be observed. Blood was not permitted within the scope of the capital city, otherwise it would be considered an offense against the ancestors and a great crime. The royal palace had been cleaned several days ago. Everyone was busy working to ensure that the upcoming ancestral worship ceremony would proceed smoothly. At the same time, the guards of the capital city were scattered throughout the capital city to ensure that the areas under their jurisdiction maintained peace. In truth, this was only a precaution. There weren't too many strict regulations amongst the sea races, and the day of ancestral worship that was held every 10 years had already been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Everyone knew just how important this ceremony was to the royal family. In particular, those stubborn old men of the Council of Elders. If anyone dared to touch upon the ancestral worship ceremony, they would absolutely flip out. It's clear that Leon and the Qing family's daughter were attacked. As long as one isn't blind, they would know who planned all of this. Turtle Origin sneered. It looks like someone is determined to kill Qin Yu. The sea sovereign sat on his dragon throne. He lightly said, "Soon, it will be the day of ancestral worship." The old turtle nodded, a gloomy expression on his face. "Your Majesty has also thought of this. This is precisely what I am worried about." The sea sovereign frowned. "Does Mr. believe that Qin Yu will make a move?" The old turtle thought about how he had captured Qin Yu because he had returned to check on his friends. He sighed. With his intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for him to see that this is a trap. But, how should I say this? Although this human Qin Yu's actions are a bit shameful, he is still a person who values friendship. His attitude was clear when he said that he valued comradeship. As for whether or not Qin Yu already knew that Leon and Qingqing had been attacked, neither the Sea Sovereign nor Turtle Origin mentioned it. Since the Whale Sovereign had used such a shameless method, how could he not tell Qin Yu? And he definitely had the strength to do so. Even if Qin Yu was being held in the royal palace, they didn't doubt this. This was a despicable method, but it was also an open and above-board plot. Even if he knew it was a trap, it would be difficult to think of a way to resolve it. The Whale Sovereign was confident that Qin Yu would make a move on the day of ancestral worship and achieve his goal. The old tortoise stood up. "I'll go warn him. Even if he wants revenge, he can't do it all at once." He hurried out, but in his heart, he didn't have much confidence. A moment later, Qin Yu was placed under house arrest in the palace. He appeared very calm. Turtle Origin probingly said a few words to him, and Qin Yu's response was flawless. Occasionally, he would even smile. This smile caused the old turtle's hair to stand on end. He couldn't be bothered to hide it any longer. He said in a low voice, "Qin Yu, you can continue to consider your marriage with Princess Lushy. But what I want to tell you is that no matter what you learn, you cannot be impulsive. In 2 days, it will be the royal clan's ancestral worship day. All members of the royal clan will gather together. This is the most dignified and sacred ceremony of the royal clan. If anyone interrupts the ceremony, that will be the greatest offense to the royal clan's ancestors, a crime that cannot be forgiven." This was no longer a warning. Instead, he was cutting open everything and laying everything out in the open. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He nodded. "Thank you for your good intentions, Senior. I understand." His expression was serious and his attitude was sincere. It was obvious that he was grateful and seemed to be relieved. But as the old turtle walked out of the hall, he was still a bit unsure. He sighed and didn't say anything else. Instead, he secretly gathered up all of Supman's strength. On the ancestral worship day, this place would become the most heavily guarded in the entire royal palace. Not even a sea fly could think of flying in. Time flowed on forever, unaffected by any strength. The ancestral worship day arrived as scheduled. The massive altar was grand and solemn. Countless rare and precious treasures were placed atop the purple jade platform as offerings to the ancestors. All the members of the royal clan's bloodline had gathered, and some had even rushed over from hundreds of thousands of miles away. This was because on this day, it wasn't just to honor the ancestors, but also to display their status as members of the royal clan. Starting from the altar, the order in which they arrived represented their status within the royal clan. If one was absent from this grand ancestral worship day, that often represented being expelled from the royal family. So, it wasn't hard to understand why those sick and injured members of the royal clan who had to arrive on stretchers were doing everything they could. Princess Lushy was naturally among them, and her position was near the front. It wasn't that the sea sovereign favored this daughter of his, but rather that she had an outstanding bloodline and formidable cultivation talent. Amongst the juniors of the royal clan, she was extremely outstanding. Otherwise, just because she was born beautiful, would she really be called the most dazzling and beautiful pearl of the sea region? Don't be naive. At this time, as she felt the solemn atmosphere, she had a solemn expression. She silently prayed to her ancestors, hoping that they would bless her with happiness after marriage. That's right, even now, Princess Lushy didn't know that she had been rejected. She had secretly thought about marriage more than once. To unite with a human was an unprecedented matter for the royal clan. In the worst-case scenario, this might even affect her chances of inheriting the throne in the future. But the princess didn't regret it. She remembered that when she was a child, her mother had once told her that the most important thing in a woman's life was to find a husband that they liked and live a happy and comfortable life. Otherwise, even if she obtained more, she would only slowly wither away in emptiness and despair. Princess Lushy knew that her mother didn't like her father, and she had also witnessed her mother's current desolation. This sort of melancholy life wasn't what she wanted. If she was together with Chinyu, she should be very happy. Although he was a hateful person at times and his words were particularly irritating, once they were married, this princess would use a few methods to eat him up. The women of the flood dragon race were not only born with a spirit-receiving body that could be transferred to their husband after marriage, but there were also many other wonderful things about them. As she thought about what she had secretly studied, the princess blushed red. She immediately thought that thinking about such things in this situation might be disrespectful to her ancestors. She restrained her thoughts and sincerely prayed, "Ancestors, please don't lower yourself to the same level as this little girl." The old turtle's surname was Turtle Origin and his name was Primordial. The pure flood dragon bloodline flowed through his body. According to common sense, he should have been a mighty flood dragon by now, but the black turtle bloodline that he inherited had undergone a mutation and atavism, actually suppressing the flood dragon bloodline. It couldn't be helped that the heavens were playing with people. Now, he was beneath the altar. He glanced at the distant whale sovereign from the corner of his eyes, unable to figure out what he was thinking. By now, the sacrificial ceremony was more than halfway done. Once it ended, His Majesty would have everyone withdraw from the royal palace and he wouldn't have a chance to do anything. Could he have made a mistake in his judgment? As Turtle Origin muttered to himself, one of the white-haired priests on the altar opened his eyes. He looked around, and when his eyes met with the gazes of the other disciples, they were filled with gratification, reluctance, and even more determination. Thus, in the next moment, a strong light surged on the altar. Turtle Origin looked up in amazement. He stared blankly at the flood dragon phantom that appeared in the light and his eyes darkened. Sacrificial ceremony, today's first variable had appeared. Princess Lushy had only heard about her ancestors. Although she found it hard to believe, she still couldn't help but feel awe in her heart. She just didn't know what had happened. Why did all the juniors have to leave and only the most powerful figures of the clan were left behind? But it shouldn't be some bad thing. Princess Lushy stopped. Because of the sudden situation with the sacrificial ceremony, there was plenty of time. She looked up at a corner of the royal palace and bit her lips, a bit hesitant. But once this thought emerged, it was especially difficult to suppress it. In short, the more she didn't want to think about it, the more complex it became. I'll just take a look from afar. Princess Lushy comforted herself like this, or perhaps she had found a way out of this embarrassing situation. She shyly smiled and walked over. Although she hadn't been here before, how could she not be concerned about the man she was about to marry? At the very least, she knew where he was placed. As she passed through several gardens and through a winding corridor, she suddenly saw a familiar figure running over from the corner of her eyes. This person's face was pale and he was dripping with sweat. He hurriedly bowed as he saw the princess. "You are one of Supman's subordinates, right? Why are you in such a hurry?" Princess Lushy's eyes flashed. She thought that at this time, this person should be one of Supman's subordinates. Just as she was thinking about how to secretly pry out some information from this person suddenly clutched his stomach and quickly bowed in apology. Then, he turned and ran back in the direction he came from. This was a corner of the garden. It seemed to be a toilet or something like that. Princess Lushy blushed red. She thought that this person really didn't know the gravity of the situation. How could he possibly have a stomachache when he was on duty? As she thought about how he had run away in a distressed manner while clutching his stomach, she smiled. But what the princess didn't know was that this seafolk with a stomachache was the second variable of the day. After walking forwards for a while, she could see the main hall. Princess Lushy thought that she should stop here, but then she discovered that something wasn't right. In front of the main hall, there were several figures standing there. She didn't have a deep impression of most of them, but from their clothes, they should be the hostages of various large tribes. One of them was actually quite familiar, as if she had seen him not too long ago. She remembered. It was Jing Guanjin. She had seen him in a video before. On the surface, he seemed to be a bastard son of some tribe in the north. But she had heard that his true identity was the son of the whale sovereign. It seemed that he was quite valued. Some time ago, during the Great Sea Spirit Teacher competition, he had even competed with Qin Yu, but the result wasn't good. Thinking of this, a bit of pride gushed out from the princess's heart. But then, she was a bit confused. What were they doing here? In these past days, the princess had been nervous and filled with anticipation, so she hadn't paid attention to what was happening in the capital city. A thought suddenly appeared. Could they be plotting against Qin Yu? With Jing Guanjin's position, it was indeed possible for him to do so. Princess Lushy's heartbeat quickened. She saw a person walk out from the shadows of the grand hall. This person stretched his waist, lightly glanced at Jing Guanjin and the others, and then walked over. What did he want to do? Princess Lushy only had time to think this before she heard a loud shout in her ears. "The criminal has escaped. Capture him." It was unknown where the guards came from, but they all rushed over. Princess Lushy's heart nearly stopped. She remembered what day it was today. "Stop!" Following the scream was a spray of blood. Beneath the warm light that sprinkled down from the spells of the capital city, there was a strange beauty to it. Chapter 181. Vaguely, that figure seemed to glance over here, and then retracted his gaze and continued forward. Guards tumbled backwards, screaming out in pain. Blood flowed everywhere. The situation had already reached an unsalvageable stage. Princess Lushy paled. She didn't know what had happened, but she knew that a storm was about to unfold, one that might even twist Qin Yu to pieces. With a flick of his sleeves, several guards were sent flying away. Then, Qin Yu's eyes locked onto Jing Guanjin. Perhaps because the icy cold aura stimulated the latter, Jing Guanjin frowned and turned to leave. But as he turned, he revealed a faint smile. It wasn't much, but it was enough for Qin Yu to clearly see and feel a stabbing pain in his heart. This was good. In the end, you will die under my hands, even if it is only indirectly. Beside him, the black-armored man looked up and punched out. The matter had been completed. All he needed to do now was tie down this person, and there was no need to worry about what happened next. Across from him, Qin Yu also attacked. Blood-red flames ignited on the surface of his body, and his speed rose to a point where it nearly surpassed the naked eye. And what was even more terrifying was that he didn't care about the fist that was aimed at his chest. In fact, it could even be said that he took the initiative to crash into it. This fist was heavy. His chest groaned and slightly caved in. Several bones seemed to have broken, and his complexion paled. But the harvest of withstanding this injury was that he reached out with his hand and gripped the black-armored man's neck. Then, he ruthlessly tore it apart. Flesh and blood split apart, revealing a pale white throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The black-armored man's eyes widened as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he wasn't able to. This was because at the same time, a black dagger had stabbed into his abdomen. With a light twist, it severed all of his life force. Qin Yu grabbed the corpse and continued forward. The young masters cried out in alarm. Jing Guanjin turned around, a look of amazement in his eyes. He never thought that his father's guard would lose his life in a single strike. He was extremely strong. Looking at Qin Yu rushing towards him, Jing Guanjin sneered. Did Qin Yu think he could kill him like this? How childish. Shwa, shwa, two figures leapt out from the royal guards that had been slaughtered. Their strong bodies erupted with a dreadful aura, blocking Qin Yu like a mountain range. After several exchanges, terrifying collisions rang out and Qin Yu was shaken back. He roared out in unwillingness and ruthlessly threw the corpse in his hands. Bang! The corpse smashed into the ground, creating a large hole. Flesh and bones were separated and blood flowed freely. Jing Guanjin laughed. This was simply too perfect. On the day of ancestral worship, the more blood the better, right? He collided several more times. Facing two seafolk masters, he seemed to have suffered a bit of a loss even though he was already injured. After another collision, he was forced to retreat. In the short span of a dozen breaths, the ground outside the hall was a mess. The corpses of the palace guards and the black-armored man on the ground were extremely eye-catching. Princess Lushy's mind buzzed and she found it hard to think. She could only subconsciously widen her eyes as she looked at that distant figure. Ever since the day of ancestral worship was held, at least in her memory, such a terrible thing had never happened. What should she do? Murder! Save me! Jing Guanjin cried out miserably. But his eyes were still fixed on Qin Yu, filled with joy and relief. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, the first to appear were the whale sovereign and turtle origin. The former had an indifferent expression and the latter had a grim expression. Then he followed them. Behind him was a group of old men with white hair and trembling bodies, but no one knew how they could run so fast. Looking at the massacre before them and smelling the thick stench of blood, their faces turned ghastly pale, and their fingers trembled. How dare you? Where did this human come from? How dare he ruin the day of ancestral worship? Capture him. Dismember him. If hatred could kill, then Qin Yu would have already been chopped to pieces by these old fellows' gazes. The whale sovereign faintly said, Junior Qin Yu, no one can protect you today. He took a step forward, and an earth-shattering aura covered the sky and earth. Turtle Origin moved and blocked in front of him. The whale sovereign frowned. You still want to stop me today? Turtle Origin, even if you are a black turtle, don't forget that the blood of the Flood Dragon clan also flows in your body. Turtle Origin, you're still not backing down? Protecting this human is a great disrespect to our ancestors. Get out of the way. Even if His Majesty comes today, he will still die. Even someone as powerful as the old turtle felt his scalp tingle. If this group of old farts really went crazy, even he would find it hard to deal with them. If they were unreasonable, they could stir up waves, much less now that Qin Yu had given them such a good excuse. As he was struggling, he glanced over at Qin Yu's calm face. The old turtle was immediately enraged. "You guessed that we needed something from you, right? Otherwise how could you be so fearless?" His complexion darkened. He said in a low voice, "Qin Yu, what explanation do you have for this?" Of course, he was still trying to delay for time. His Majesty naturally knew that only he could suppress what had happened here. The old fellows of the Council of Elders had icy expressions. What else was there to say? You are a human prisoner, and yet you publicly killed people on the day of ancestral worship. Shouldn't you be punished with death? But looking at this human boy's appearance, it seemed that he really was prepared to say something. The old fellows gathered their strength. No matter how glib this boy's tongue was, he would nail him to death. Qin Yu opened his mouth. But, contrary to the expectations of the old fellows, he didn't try to explain or argue. He only looked at the old man and said, "You don't need to shout for help. No one can save you." These words were inexplicable. It was as if the whale sovereign's words had been changed back to something else. As the old fellows thought of this, they were enraged. What an arrogant human! They really should drag him out and kill him for 2 hours. Of course, a person only had one life. It was impossible to kill him for 2 hours. But unlike their anger, several people felt their hearts shrink as a foreboding premonition rose up in their hearts. Jing Guanjin felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. Qin Yu's light eyes and light tone had actually become endless fear that shrouded his heart. He wanted to sneer. His father had already appeared and had 1,000 methods at his disposal, so how could he possibly injure him? But he discovered that he couldn't laugh. His body was numb like a piece of wood. Although his consciousness was rejoicing, he couldn't control it at all. Why was this happening? Fear erupted from the depths of his heart. Jing Guanjin wanted to ask for help, but his field of vision began to fall into darkness. There was a series of thumping sounds that entered his ears before his consciousness faded away. Then, he fell down. Together with the group of young masters, he stiffly fell to the ground, his body turning a horrifying dark blue color. The whale sovereign's face stiffened. His figure flickered and he appeared beside Jing Guanjin. He placed a hand on Jing Guanjin's body, and after several breaths of time, he looked up. His voice was light, but it seemed to come from the 9 nether hells. What a fierce poison! He had decided to abandon Jing Guanjin. His reason for abandoning Jing Guanjin was a bit different from what he had thought. But there was no longer any meaning in saying these things. But no matter what, the whale sovereign never thought that Jing Guanjin would die, especially not in front of him. Turtle Origin was examining the other young masters, but the poison had already entered their bodies. Even their souls had scattered beneath this poison. He looked up and his eyes fell on Qin Yu. There was a bit of astonishment in his eyes, but there was even more gloominess. He originally thought that he had pushed matters beyond redemption, but who would have thought that the pleasant surprise was still to come? Princess Lushy's field of vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. If there was a chance of resolving the situation by killing some guards, then the deaths of Jing Guanjin and the hostages of the tribes had pushed matters to an irreversible state. At the same time, he had cut off his only chance of survival. It was unknown where the impulse came from, but Princess Lushy rushed over and shouted at him. Why? Why? Qin Yu's eyes were calm. They deserved to die. Yes, they did deserve to die. But what a pity! Taoist Yuan's poison had been a bit too tyrannical. These people had died far too quickly. Perhaps they hadn't felt any pain at all. That was a bit of a pity. Qin Yu didn't hide his disappointment. Thus, the whale sovereign narrowed his eyes, and a terrifying aura surged around him like a tide. As for the Council of Elders, because the scene in front of them was far too intense, Several of them had their eyes roll back into their heads and their legs buckled as they fainted. As for the rest, they cursed out loud. It seemed that if it weren't for the fact that they feared the poison that could appear at any moment, they would have rushed forwards and personally killed them. The whale sovereign had taken the initiative. Turtle Origin hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't do anything. With the situation having reached this point, he no longer had the right to intervene. He looked towards the center of the royal palace, the place where the highest authority in the world was gathered. His heart was filled with anxiety. Your Majesty, you still haven't made a decision. If you delay any longer, it really will be too late. Qin Yu's complexion paled. Part of it was because of his injuries, but more of it was because he was forced back by this aura. He was well aware that if this whale sovereign truly wanted to kill him, then even if he used the boundless blue finger he would still die. But he had already expected this scene to occur. Since he chose to attack, he had already prepared himself. Even if the result was death. This was because there were some things that even though one knew were wrong and harmful, one still had to do them. After all, what he owed was his life. Only his life could make up for it, whether it was someone else's or one's own. Qin Yu closed his eyes. He gathered his will and spirit. If he couldn't wait for the final turning point, then before he died, he would release his final and most blazing brilliance. Die without resistance? Sorry, but that wasn't his style. The whale sovereign's footsteps weren't fast, as if he were waiting for something. But as he approached, a terrifying pressure descended upon him like mountains, becoming increasingly horrifying. Qin Yu's black robes were pressed against his body. Perhaps it had aroused his injuries, but blood began to gush out from every orifice of his head. But his back remained straight and his eyes were cold and sharp. There was no pain or regret, only determination. Had his final weight failed? Then, he would die. Qin Yu lifted his hand. Beneath the terrifying pressure, every movement he made was slow and difficult. He could even hear his own bones creaking. At the same time, the black robes that had been completely suppressed finally regained their freedom. They tumbled in the air. Above the royal palace, winds rose and clouds gathered. Chapter 182. Stay your hand. As the winds and clouds gathered and slaughter descended, deep within the royal palace, the man who wielded the highest authority in the world finally spoke out. He was calm and indifferent, without any fluctuations of strength. But there seemed to be an invisible magic that left everyone's hearts cold and filled with endless awe. A trace of disappointment flashed in the whale sovereign's eyes. But there were even more waves of calm, as if he had already expected this obstruction in front of him. He took a light breath and stopped. He lowered his head to express his respect. At this moment, the whale sovereign's face was cold and indifferent. But his faintly furrowed eyebrows and a trace of anger in his eyes perfectly displayed his unwillingness and helplessness. The people of the Sea Race Video Association really should send a trophy to the whale sovereign. This was because his performance was far too perfect, so perfect that the Council of Elders felt a stabbing pain in their hearts. Look, even in this situation, the great Sea Race sovereign still wanted to protect a human without any scruples about the attitude of his subordinate. Others might fear unsurpassed royal authority, but they weren't. Their necks were already buried in the yellow soil, so how could they be afraid of death? His Majesty had been blinded. What they needed to do was wake him up and scold him awake. Your Majesty, we acknowledge that you are the strongest and wisest ruler in the history of the royal family. But now you have changed. You have become unreasonable and self-opinionated. Although the Council of Elders has no real authority, we are the elders of the royal family. We have the responsibility and obligation to help your Majesty and look after this country. Your mistakes are your mistakes, but do you plan on repeating them? Wake up. Has the unsurpassed royal authority already caused you to lose your judgment? Or does your Majesty want to become the most incapable ruler in the history of the sea races? The whale sovereign was silent. What he needed now was to play the role of a loyal ruler. The rest would be handled by the elders. But in the next moment, his eyes narrowed, revealing a look of surprise and praise. Indeed, His Majesty was still His Majesty. He had never changed. Fellow elders, has this solitude not spoken for too long, or has my hands not been stained with blood for too long that my royal authority has fallen to a point where it can be questioned? The sea sovereign's voice was still light. But everyone could feel the terrifying aura that recklessly flowed out from his word. The Council of Elders. Fine, it was a bit disrespectful to always refer to the elders as undying old farts. Then, they would just refer to them as old thieves. After all, an old man who didn't die was a thief. Their faces were stiff, and their bodies were trembling with anger. It seemed that they had not expected His Majesty to respond to them like this. Raging flames burned wantonly in their chests. However, their lips trembled, their bodies trembled, and no one dared to speak again. This made the old thieves realize with shame that they were still afraid of death. Because His Majesty would really kill. Back then, in order to successfully ascend that throne, he had already killed many people, including members of the royal family. In other words, His Majesty had killed the most members of the royal family. At that time, there were many vacant positions in the Elder Council. It was only in the past 200 to 300 years that the positions were gradually filled. In that case, who could be sure that His Majesty would not wipe out the Elders' Council again? The whale sovereign praised His Majesty's strength. But he couldn't remain silent any longer. He looked up, his expression solemn. Your Majesty, today is the day of ancestral worship. For such a vile matter to occur, you must give us an explanation, even if you are the supreme ruler of the sea races. Because this explanation is not for us, but for the ancestors of the royal family who are protecting them in the dark. These words were heavy and well grasped. Even though he had completely removed himself from the situation, he still placed the greatest pressure on the sea sovereign. This solitude will give an explanation. Now all of you draw back. The sea sovereign lightly said, as if he didn't feel this pressure at all. The whale sovereign bowed. He drew back several steps, picked up Jing Guanjin's corpse, and strode away. The old thieves of the Council of Elders all had gloomy complexions. Before they left, their cold and gloomy eyes indicated that this matter wouldn't end like this. If His Majesty wanted to give an explanation, then they would wait. Princess Lushy bit her lip. She didn't know how she was doing, but as she left the royal palace and was welcomed into a carriage that drove towards the princess mansion, she weakly leaned back against the soft couch. A sudden intuition rose in her heart. The future life she imagined might never be realized. Qin Yu's injuries weren't light. But, with the powerful demon body and the existence of water attribute and wood attribute spiritual objects in his body, he was even tougher than a cockroach. As long as it wasn't an injury that would instantly kill him, he could recover in the shortest period of time. Thus, at this time, Qin Yu was quietly sitting in the palace. Besides his pale complexion, he didn't seem injured at all. The old turtle sneered again and again. What an awe-inspiring and fierce human cultivator. On the royal ancestral worship day, you went on a killing spree and killed nearly all of your enemies. But, so what? Everyone knows that what happened to your disciple was the work of the whale sovereign, so why haven't you killed him yet? Qin Yu thought for a moment. As long as I am alive, there will always be a chance. The old turtle nearly went mad with rage. Was this the main point? You bastard! I am laughing at your recklessness. Stop pretending to be a fool in front of me. He clenched his teeth and resisted the urge to smash this brat to pieces. He lowered his voice and roared, Now you have one final path. Agree to the marriage with Princess Lushy and voluntarily marry into the Flood Dragon clan. His Majesty will announce that before you attacked, you already had the status of a member of the royal family. That will save your life. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He shook his head. This junior cannot agree to the marriage. But, perhaps I have a way to make that underground vine even more formidable so that it can withstand even more wild strength. The old turtle's eyes instantly turned sharp and sharp, like invisible arrows piercing into his heart. A terrifying aura circulated around him, and Qin Yu paled even further. He bitterly smiled and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. Senior, although I have done my best to show that there is nothing wrong with me, I am still injured. You had best be a bit more gentle. These words were a bit ambiguous. The old turtle's face stiffened. His eyes were filled with dread and coldness. He couldn't maintain it any longer. He coughed and said, "You brat, you have a lot of thoughts, but let me tell you, sometimes those who think themselves clever will really die. How you choose, think about it yourself. 2 days, I will give you 2 days." Walking out of the main hall, the smell of blood still lingered in the air. Since Jing Guanjin and the others had appeared here, the guards were doomed to die. Even if they had been wronged, with His Majesty enraged, it was impossible for them to escape. Sacrifices, royal palace, thinking about it, perhaps His Majesty himself didn't expect that the whale sovereign would be able to do things to this degree. After the guards were cleaned out, it would be difficult to get through again. But as the night deepened, Sangyea still arrived with a tired expression. Her eyes were filled with worry. "Big brother Qin Yu, I don't know who it was, but what you did today was publicized. Now everyone knows." She pursed her lips, as if she were about to cry. Qin Yu didn't think he would see her again. As he saw that the young girl was truly worried about him, his heart warmed and he smiled. "Don't worry. Since I wasn't killed here today, my chances of living are much higher. Of course, even if I can't avoid death in the end, it can still be considered a bit more time, right?" The young girl pouted. She coquettishly said, "What time is it? And yet Big Brother Qin Yu is still in the mood to joke around. If you die, I will be sad." She blinked her eyes and then suddenly said, "Big Brother Qin Yu, if you don't want to marry Big Sister Lushy, then you can marry me. As long as there is a reason, I will definitely protect you. Really, marrying me is the same as marrying Big Sister Lushy. You can also obtain the status of a royal family member." The young girl was excited, as if she had thought of some wonderful idea. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Well, although our classmate Sangyea was indeed tall and sweet and cute, she was still a very, very fresh and tender little loli. How could he possibly do such a thing? Cough cough. He was overthinking things. It was simply impossible. Otherwise, he would have chosen Princess Lushy. In any case, they were both beauties. It seemed he was overthinking things. Qin Yu quickly dispelled these thoughts. He tried to appear as calm as possible so that he wouldn't hurt this young girl's delicate heart. "Yaya is certainly good, but you are too young. It is impossible for us to be together." He smiled as he spoke, but he never imagined that in the next moment he would receive a critical blow of 120,000 points. Sangyea looked down at her chest that had just swelled up and was suddenly enlightened. "So that's how it is. That's easy to solve. Big Brother Qin Yu, look." There was a flash of light and the sweet and tender little loli vanished. What appeared in front of him was a beautiful woman with a slender waist and long legs. And what was even more terrifying was that even though her body had suddenly grown larger, her clothes didn't have this ability. Thus, they miserably burst apart. Her legs were exposed, her waist was exposed, her chest. She didn't seem too comfortable being wrapped around. She reached out a hand, wanting to pull away the tightened cloth. Qin Yu was dumbfounded, but he suddenly regained his composure. He shouted, "Don't move!" "Big Brother Qin Yu, what is it?" It was still Sangyea's voice. But in her current state, when combined with this soft and tender lowly voice, the lethality was far too terrifying. Qin Yu fiercely turned around, looking up. He feared that if he continued to look, he would have a nosebleed. That would be far too shameful. "Big Brother Qin Yu?" Cough, cough. Yeah, change back first and put on your clothes. Then we can talk, okay? She was still so obedient and obedient. There was another burst of light and the young girl smiled. All right. Chin-yu turned around and coughed, trying to appear calm. But the young girl's eyes seemed to be searching for something on his body, causing his expression to stiffen. Yeah, don't do this again in the future. Sang Ye smiled in a cute manner. I know. That's why I only change my body in front of people I'm close to. Big brother Chin-yu, do you think I look good? That really is the grown-up Ye. It's just that my mother didn't want my strength to grow too quickly, so she placed a seal on me. She waved her hand as if she were dispersing her worries. The little lowly Sang Ye blinked her large eyes. Now, big brother Chin-yu, you don't need to worry about me anymore. Ye can grow up, so of course I can marry you. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Ye is very serious about this. Chin-yu, yen. Chapter 183. He spent a great deal of effort to make Sang Ye understand that it was impossible for the two of them to be together. In order to completely dispel her thoughts, Chin-yu had no choice but to fabricate the fact that he was already married. As soon as he brought out this great killing weapon, Sang Ye immediately calmed down. But the aggrieved look in her eyes clearly said, "Who is that woman? How could she act so quickly? How hateful!" Chin-yu wryly smiled. He couldn't help but sigh that this little girl's charm was far too high. After some comforting words, Sang Ye revealed her worry about the current situation. Sang Ye immediately put down her emotions and nervously said, "Big brother Chin-yu, how about you agree? Otherwise, according to the current situation, they won't let you go." Chin-yu smiled. "I'm already married, so how could I lie to others? So, I cannot agree to this marriage. I don't have any problems with it right now." "Yeah, did you give the letter to Moon Praying Shrine?" "I sent it the same day. I had people keep an eye on them, but the Great Glory Gambling Hall has been very quiet these past few days. I haven't seen anything unusual." Of course, the young girl couldn't help but explain the origins of the Great Glory Gambling Hall. She also expressed that she didn't like the name. As Chin-yu listened to her rambling, his heart calmed down a little. When his identity was exposed and the Whale Sovereign tried to kill him, there had to be a reason why Moon Praying Shrine dared to interfere. Thinking about it, it should be related to his disguise as a sea spirit teacher and his fame. Thus, in the letter that Chin-yu had Sang Ye deliver, there was a simple sentence. As long as it was a sea spirit, as long as it wasn't dead, he could save it. Moon Praying Shrine would definitely respond. If there was no movement now, then something was wrong. Concerning Moon Praying Shrine's strength, Chin-yu had inquired about it from Sang Ye. The bloodline of the old dynasty's queen had a powerful war division. In the past, they had even raised their flag and rebelled against the capital city, causing fierce battles to erupt. The final result was that Moon Praying Shrine was subdued by the capital city, and they acknowledged their supreme authority. But this was only a superficial impression that ordinary seafolk saw. In Sang Ye's words, Moon Praying Shrine could be said to be the only tribe in the sea region that maintained absolute independence and had the qualifications to contend with the capital city. Chin-yu had promised the royal palace that he would help the underground vine grow. Although he still didn't know what use it had, there was no doubt that it was extremely important. In this sort of premise, if Moon Praying Shrine attacked, there should be a chance he could escape. He let out a light breath and gathered his thoughts. He looked up. "Ye, can I trouble you with something else?" Sang Ye nodded. "Big brother Chin-yu, please speak." "Thank you, Ye. You should know about my disciple's situation. Regardless of what the final outcome is, I don't think I can help him anymore. So, I hope that Ye can look after Leon for me." As Chin-yu spoke to her, he paused for a moment. "Consider it my compensation." Sang Ye's eyes brightened. "Big brother Chin-yu, you've already done enough." After 7th Auntie and 7th Uncle learned of this, although they were shocked, they still admired Big brother Chin-yu a great deal. In seventh auntie's words, Big Brother Chin Yu is a loyal and righteous person, but what a pity! What a pity it's not the sea races, right? Chin Yu smiled, a bit of loneliness in his eyes. In truth, no matter who I kill or what I do, I still owe Leon. This is because once a person dies, it is impossible for them to come back to life. This matter has taught me a profound lesson. Don't casually implicate others, because even if you think you've given them a lot, in the end all you've done is hurt them. The young girl was confused as she heard this, but she could still make out the general meaning. Her eyes brightened as she looked at Chin Yu, but she pouted and whispered, "Why should I? If I met Big Brother Chin Yu a bit later, I wouldn't have a chance. This isn't fair." Humph humph. What a lucky woman. I hope that she will always be good to Big Brother Chin Yu, otherwise I will definitely steal her away. I'm not happy, I'm jealous. Sang Yi earnestly looked up. Big Brother Chin Yu, can't you divorce her and marry me? Is she even more beautiful than me? Chin Yu shook his head and smiled. Don't speak such nonsense. He paused for a moment, a bit more nostalgia in his voice. Yaya is very, very beautiful, but in my eyes she is irreplaceable. Moreover, she left several years ago. Even if I wanted to divorce her, I wouldn't have the chance. His words were heavy and filled with emotion. The young girl instantly understood what he meant when he said, left. She revealed a bit of guilt and whispered, Big Brother Chin Yu, I didn't mean to mention your sad past. She sighed in her heart. That woman had already passed away, but her shadow remained in Big Brother Chin Yu's heart. How could she compare? Perhaps no matter what she did, there was no way she could replace her. But the more it was like this, the more she felt that Big Brother Chin Yu was much better. What should she do? What should she do? Chin Yu didn't know what the young girl was thinking. Ning Ling's figure appeared in his mind. After several breaths of time, he shook his head and revealed a helpless smile. Perhaps it was because the sudden events had affected him, but he had also become sentimental. He said a few more words and urged the young girl to leave. Even if he didn't know what had happened outside, he could imagine that this young girl must have spent a great deal of effort to enter this place. The longer he stayed, the more likely problems would occur. He didn't want to owe anyone any more. As if sensing Chin Yu's thoughts, the young girl nodded obediently. She said that she would think of a way, but her expression was still a bit reluctant. After leaving the hall, the carriage was waiting in the shadows. After she boarded, the driver shook the reins and the carriage quietly left. After some distance, the driver couldn't help but say, "Miss, what you did just now was really too dangerous." He really couldn't find any words to describe it. Could it be that even though her chest wasn't big enough, she had already lost her mind? Just now, he had nearly rushed in. Uncle, what did you say?" "I said, miss, you shouldn't have. Uncle, Big Brother Chin Yu is a very, very good person. I used to hate humans, but from today onwards I have decided to change my opinion of them. There are also good people amongst humans, for instance Big Brother Chin Yu. I really envy that woman who met Big Brother Chin Yu first. Although she is already dead, she was able to protect Big Brother Chin Yu's heart." Hearing this, the driver believed that there was no need to repeat himself. Of course, the young girl was holding her chest, a look of longing on her face. It was clear that she had already forgotten to speak with him. In the palace, the sea sovereign looked away. He thought for a moment and said, "Mister, do you really think that Chin Yu won't agree to this marriage?" The old turtle's complexion was ugly. "Your Majesty, although I don't want to admit it, that human bastard Chin Yu does have his own principles. Even if he says he won't agree, I fear that he will still refuse 2 days from now." The sea sovereign smiled. This sort of person that doesn't fear death is rare. Moreover, this solitude is really curious. Why would he refuse? Could it really be because of a woman? He didn't believe this, but this seemed to be the truth. The old turtle sneered. "I think he knows that we have to use him, otherwise he wouldn't be so unscrupulous." The sea sovereign nodded. Mister's words are reasonable, but you and I have both seen the situation today. If this solitude doesn't do anything, then he really is prepared to go all out. The old turtle curled his lips. The sea sovereign shook his head. It seems that Mister has truly been angered by him these past days. This Chin-yu has some skill. At least, this solitude has never done something like this in the past. Your Majesty, we're already at this point, so there is no need to be so mysterious. Just what are you thinking? The day of ancestral worship is such an important matter. Although the whale sovereign is an incomparably loathsome person, his words aren't wrong. It's impossible that he didn't give an explanation. If Chin-yu refuses the marriage and doesn't have a royal title, how does your Majesty plan on saving him? The sea sovereign glanced at him. Could that girl Yea's actions be hidden from Mister's discerning eyes? Since this solitude has allowed her to do as she pleases, that is why I buried a hidden card. I originally didn't want to use it, but now it seems that I have no other choice. The old turtle coughed. But if I do this, it won't look good on my face. Haha, Mister taught me before. Compared to living, face is meaningless. The sea sovereign had a light expression. Moreover, this is a concession I have no choice but to make under the pressure of moon-praying shrine. I can always explain myself. The old turtle cupped his hands together. Your Majesty is wise. The sea sovereign chuckled. Mister's flattery is too rare, so this solitude will accept it. It seems that you also appreciate this Chin-yu. This solitude is the same. I originally didn't think much of it, but now I think that he is a rare talent. What a pity, he isn't a member of the sea races. As the sea sovereign sighed, a carriage quietly drove into the rear courtyard of the Great Glory Casino. A tired but still straight carriage driver leapt onto the ground, bowed to the people in front of him, and then drew back to the side. The carriage opened from the inside. An old man wearing ordinary moon-colored robes nodded towards them, a warm smile on his face. With the vice priest in the lead, all of moon-praying shrine's seafolk deeply bowed their heads, their voices filled with awe and reverence. Greetings, Lord Priest. This ordinary-looking old man, whose eyes were at most a bit spirited, was actually the high priest of moon-praying shrine that shook the entire sea region, the one who truly wielded all authority. If one were to really compare them, then besides His Majesty in the royal palace, he could be considered the most honored person in the world. It was precisely this kind of big shot that had stealthily arrived at the capital city in this inconspicuous night. Rise. Yes. The white-dressed woman stepped forwards and took hold of her father's hand. The Lord Priest's smile became even brighter, filled with warmth. He was no different from a father who doted on his daughter. Lord Priest, you've finally arrived. According to what we know, His Majesty gave Chin-yu 2 days to consider. If we don't act now, then it will be too late. The vice priest had a grim expression. Chapter 184. For instance, the Council of Elders. But there were some people that were as shrewd as a fox. For instance, moon-praying shrine's Lord Priest. Without any communication, he was able to see through everything just by relying on his own judgment. One had to admit that his eyes were sharp. No one objected to the Lord Priest's words. There was only obedience and joy for the holy flower that was about to be saved. The status of a priest in moon-praying shrine was countless times higher than that of His Majesty in the capital city. Not only was he the holder of power, but he was also the light and spiritual teacher who guided them forward. 2 days later, the front door of the Daihatsu Casino opened. Because it was announced that the casino would be closed in advance, this noisy place was surprisingly quiet. The carriage was engraved with runes that represented moon-praying shrine. A full moon hung high above the waves of the sea. As the wind blew past, the waves sparkled, reflecting countless moons on the surface of the sea. Outside the Daihatsu Casino, there were still some gamblers who didn't get the news. They were annoyed that they were turned away, but they didn't dare to do anything. Of course, there were always curses and mutterings. At this moment, seeing the carriage drive out of the casino and the large number of wolf cavalry following it, as long as one wasn't myopic, they would know that an incredible figure had arrived. Moreover, there were always those with discerning eyes. This carriage was covered with complex runes and that magnificent and eye-catching image of the moon and sea. All of these were symbols of moon-praying shrines' most honored status. Perhaps only the Lord Priest had the qualifications to use it, just like the imperial robes of a mortal dynasty. The great figure who had once led moon-praying shrine in direct combat against the capital city had actually come to the capital city? All of the seafolk that realized this felt their hearts surge with excitement. They didn't have any ill feelings towards moon-praying shrine, and it could even be said that they had an indescribable sense of worship towards this legendary Lord Priest. Thus, their eyes filled with respect and awe, and with a bit of curiosity and longing, they bowed towards the carriage. As if sensing their thoughts, the window was pushed open from the inside, revealing the gentle face of the priest. Today, however, he was wearing a full set of priest robes. It was an ancient design, brightly colored, and there were several long feathers on his hat. However, this didn't make him look comical or ridiculous. Instead, it made him look extremely dignified. Even though he was smiling warmly, his noble and superior aura still made people feel an inexplicable sense of awe. Thus, news that moon-praying shrines priests had arrived at the capital city spread out at the fastest speed possible. The wolf riders straightened their backs and their eyes were as sharp as blades. They carefully observed their surroundings, ready to unleash a storm of attacks the moment an accident occurred. Shuizheng sat on the sea-wolf's back. His face was still pale, and it was obvious that the severe injuries he had suffered would not be healed in a short time. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him in the least. This was a formidable existence that had fought the whale sovereign head-on and even managed to survive. The carriage drove through the long street, and under the watchful eyes of more and more people, it headed in the direction of the palace. And at this time, Qin Yu's final judgment was being carried out. The news that moon-praying shrines priest had come to visit left many people stunned. They couldn't figure out why this old rival of theirs would so casually step into the capital city. But there were also some people who felt something different from moon-praying shrines' actions. Their complexions darkened. For instance, the whale sovereign. On that day, when Shuizheng had stopped him from killing Lin Ming, he could see moon-praying shrines' attitude. He never imagined that even the Lord Priest would personally come. Did these barbarians eat the wrong medicine? Did they come today to protect Qin Yu? On the day of ancestral worship, the whale sovereign had chosen to retreat when facing the sea sovereign. This was because he was confident that Qin Yu would die, so he had taken this chance to weaken His Majesty's prestige. This would be beneficial to him in seizing power in the future. But now it was clear that things were spiraling out of his control. He couldn't wait any longer. Qin Yu had to die. A harsh light flashed in the whale sovereign's eyes. He took a step forwards and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, you said that you would give an explanation, and I have been waiting for this day. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise." In the grand hall, several people's eyes burst out with a sharp light. They were all surprised. They never thought that the whale sovereign, who had always lived in seclusion behind the scenes, would actually jump out on his own initiative and challenge His Majesty. There were many smart people. As they thought back to what they had just learned about the arrival of moon-praying shrines priest and the attack of the wolf rider commander, many people had dignified expressions. The first to stand up was the Council of Elders' great elder. There was a scar on his face that had been torn open in the past. Even though it had healed, there was still a purple-red scar left behind. "Your Majesty, the day of ancestral worship is the most important festival of my royal family. Anyone who dares to offend our ancestors must be severely punished. Moreover, I heard that he is a human?" The great elder who had been roused from seclusion smirked. The scar on his face became even more hideous. He should have been executed on the spot that day, but it was actually delayed until today. I really don't know what your Majesty is thinking. He bowed and lightly said, I ask your Majesty to give the order for Qin Yu to be executed, or else kill me. I only hope that the blade in your Majesty's hand won't deviate again today, because having a scar on my face is truly ugly. Even my grandson doesn't dare to let me hug him alone. In the past, when the Council of Elders was purged, the Great Elder had survived. Even so, he still had this scar on his face. Originally, only a few people knew of this matter. Now that he had publicly spoken of it in the Grand Hall, it was an extremely fierce question. Did your Majesty want to carry out another purge for a human? I ask your Majesty to give the order for Qin Yu to be executed. I ask your Majesty to give the order for Qin Yu to be executed. Your Majesty, please give the order. In the Grand Hall, figures fell to their knees one after another. The air was so heavy that it seemed as if it would solidify. Several figures stood in the corners of the hall. Their auras were light and transcendent. They wore white robes, and whether it was men or women, their eyes were lowered, as if they didn't see what was happening in front of them. The Whale Sovereign's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. According to the agreement, the priest should have opened their mouths to help crucify Qin Yu to death. After all, although these people didn't have much authority, they did have a great deal of authority when it came to worshipping their ancestors. On the day of ancestral worship, the priests had already taken action, so there was no reason for them to remain silent now. Just what was the problem? As the Whale Sovereign was lost in thought, the Sea Clan Sovereign on the Dragon Throne finally spoke up in the face of the torrential oppression. If you want to kill Qin Yu, then this solitude is the same. But, since he was allowed to live until today, there must be a reason. He turned and nodded. Mr. Turtle, take out the item. The old turtle's face darkened. He took out a crescent-shaped jade pendant from his chest. Before the day of ancestral worship, this is proof of identity that Moon Praying Shrine's special envoy secretly sent to the royal palace. It clearly states that Qin Yu is a guest priest of Moon Praying Shrine. His Majesty and I have already carefully examined it, and the aura within the jade pendant is indeed that of Qin Yu. He clenched his teeth, his voice full of anger. Otherwise, do you really think that His Majesty would have been willing to save Qin Yu? Ruining the day of ancestral worship is the same as disturbing the slumber of our ancestors. For such a great crime, it wouldn't be too much to cut him to pieces. But, think about it. If he dies, that is the same as the capital city killing off a priest of Moon Praying Shrine. Even if he is only a guest priest, that is an unbearable humiliation to Moon Praying Shrine. At that time, there will inevitably be a war. The old turtle paused for a moment. His sharp eyes swept over the hall. War, this is war. This is not some small skirmish between tribes on the border. Since you have the qualifications to stand here today, you should all be well aware of just what sort of strength Moon Praying Shrine possesses. If war truly breaks out, then while the capital city might be able to win in the end, the price they will have to pay will be unimaginably heavy. You, and even I myself, all of us might be buried in this war. No one thought that things would suddenly develop like this. Looking at the indignant turtle origin and the silent His Majesty, countless people groaned inwardly. With the two of you, was it really alright for you to do such a thing? Moon Praying Shrine's guest priest, stop messing around. Qin Yu was a human. In a tribe that placed the most importance on tradition, it was already good enough that he wasn't killed. To even become a guest priest was simply the biggest joke in the world. But, the problem was that even though everyone knew that His Majesty and Turtle Origin were putting on an act, there was no way to expose them. This was because that jade pendant was definitely real. What nonsense. Qin Yu was in their hands and with Moon Praying Shrine supporting him from the outside, wanting to secretly make preparations would be easy. Who would have thought that in order to protect Qin Yu, the dignified sovereign of the sea races would actually lie through his teeth. Many of the seafolk didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. But they also felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed that His Majesty was determined to protect Qin Yu from death. "Your Majesty, I do not believe your words. How can a human become moon-praying shrine's guest priest?" A cold light surged in the whale sovereign's eyes. "Moreover, even if we take a step back and say that he really is moon-praying shrine's guest priest, he still has to die for offending the royal family's ancestors on the day of ancestral worship." The sound of footsteps echoed in from outside the hall. The richly dressed Lord Priest walked in. He smiled, but everyone could feel the disdain and arrogance radiating from him. To answer the whale sovereign's question, who moon-praying shrine chooses as a guest priest is an internal matter of moon-praying shrine. There is no need to explain anything to anyone or obtain their consent. As for killing my moon-praying shrine's guest priest, the old man paused for a moment, his voice faintly fading. The whale sovereign can try. He looked up and smiled. "Your Majesty, I apologize for my lack of manners. Allow me to greet you." He bowed slightly in greeting. This scene left the high officials in the hall stunned. For a time, they even forgot the overbearing words he had just said. Moon-praying shrine had never been on good terms with the capital city. With the status of a priest, even if he were to sit on equal footing with His Majesty, no one would say anything. But now, this old man actually lowered his head and bowed to His Majesty. In that moment, many officials in the hall felt a sense of honor. The sea sovereign lifted his hands. "Priest, there is no need to be so polite. Someone, grant him a seat." The sea sovereign smiled as he watched the old man take a seat. He understood that this bow was because of Qin Yu, and he wanted to express his thanks. Although this seemed too casual, with this old man's status, for him to do this was enough to show how highly he regarded Qin Yu. Just what had happened to Moon-Praying Shrine? Could it be? A thought popped up in the sea sovereign's mind. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally suppressed it. If his guess was correct, then this might be the best time to uproot Moon-Praying Shrine. But he would inevitably have to pay a price. Chapter 185. The old priest's eyes brightened. He glanced at the sea sovereign and smiled. "Thank you for your Majesty's magnanimity. In order to express our apologies, Moon-Praying Shrine is willing to offer up a rising sea mountain. I ask that your Majesty show mercy and forgive Priest Qin Yu's sins." The hall was filled with cries of alarm. In the legends, the rising sea mountain was a treasure born from the heavens and earth. It could float in the deep sea, and after being refined, it could float and move according to one's will. In addition to its astonishing defensive strength, it was a treasure that every combat division yearned for even in their dreams. It could be said that if one obtained a rising sea mountain, the threat of a combat division would nearly double. It was the perfect platform for transporting troops, and in the sea region, a combat division was the most formidable strength. In front of a combat division, any powerhouse was nothing but a joke. Currently, it was known that there were a total of 7 rising sea mountains in the sea region. Moon-Praying Shrine occupied 3, and the capital city controlled the vast majority of the sea region. Even so, they only had 2. "Your Majesty!" A general of the army stepped forwards, his expression excited. The whale sovereign sighed inwardly. He looked at the old man not too far away, a bit of admiration in his eyes. This old man was truly cunning and astute. In order to achieve his goal, he was willing to pay such a heavy price. He swept his eyes around. Indeed, even those that stood on his side began to hesitate. On one hand, if they killed Qin Yu and waged war with Moon-Praying Shrine, then everyone would fall into the raging flames of war. On the other hand, if they turned a blind eye or found a substitute to kill, then they could obtain a rising sea mountain. Disregarding others, even the boorish men in the army were already red with envy towards the rising sea mountain. Now that it was within their grasp, if someone ruined this matter, then while they might not say anything, they would inevitably hold a grudge in their hearts. If they offended these high-level figures of the army, it wouldn't be a problem for a while. But as time passed, there would definitely be trouble. The Sea Sovereign promptly said, "Priest, please wait a moment. This solitude will soon give you a reply." The priest stood up. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He bowed once more and left. The Sea Sovereign lightly said, "Everyone, in this situation, tell this solitude what to do." An hour later, Qin Yu walked out of the palace. As he saw the old man standing outside, dressed in strange robes and with an extraordinary aura, his heart stirred. He cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Lord Priest." The priest smiled. He thought that Qin Yu was indeed a smart person. There wasn't the slightest bit of pain on his face, as if he had just given away a skyscraping sea mountain. His voice was incomparably warm and friendly. "Little friend Qin Yu is too serious. Moon Praying Shrine has something to ask of you, so this is only natural." This was the truth, as well as a reminder. If Qin Yu couldn't help Moon Praying Shrine save the Saint Flower, then this amiable-looking old man would absolutely fall out with him. "Lord Priest, rest assured that since this junior has made a promise, I will definitely accomplish it." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "Can I leave now?" Turtle Origin appeared out of nowhere and sneered, "In your dreams. Leave the palace and fulfill your promise first. Remember, if you can't help me, this old man guarantees that I will tear up the previous agreement in minutes, and then cut you into 8 pieces." Because of him, the royal family had fallen into chaos. Although he had joined forces with His Majesty to suppress it, he had still thoroughly offended the old fellows of the Council of Elders. Although he didn't care too much about it, as he thought about how he would inevitably be nagged at by them for many years in the future, he was furious. Qin Yu frowned. The priest smiled. He lightly said, "Little friend Qin Yu, there is no need to worry. The reason I came here today is to reassure you. From this day forth, you are a guest priest of Moon Praying Shrine. No one will move against you. After you help His Majesty, I will personally lead some people to bring you back." Of course, this could also be said in a different way. For instance, feel free to boldly stay behind, no one will dare to move against you. To say such words in the royal palace was truly filled with confidence. This old man's matter-of-fact appearance was even more proof of Moon Praying Shrine's formidable strength. After speaking several more words, the priest nodded towards Turtle Origin. He didn't care about the other party's smelly expression and calmly led his people away. "Old thing." Qin Yu thought for a moment. He earnestly said, "Senior, although I don't know, I can guess that the Lord Priest shouldn't be as old as you are." The old turtle was stunned. As he understood the meaning behind Qin Yu's words, he ruthlessly glared at him. "You disgraceful brat, don't think that I won't be angry. Hurry up and do what you need to do. Stop being an eyesore here." He flicked his sleeves and left. Behind him, Qin Yu's laughter echoed out. At this moment, he was truly relaxed. To be able to reach this step was perhaps the best possible result. "Please." A royal guard came over to lead the way. Although he was expressionless, he was extremely courteous. His eyes occasionally swept over Qin Yu and he sighed with emotion. When a human disguised his identity, he had caused the entire sea region to be turned upside down. After being exposed, not only did he not die, but he instead caused even more chaos. Just what sort of character was the Whale Sovereign? He had tried to kill Qin Yu several times, but he had never succeeded. Instead, his own son had been killed in front of him. On the day of ancestral worship, he had slaughtered everyone, and those he killed were all important characters. Even so, he was still fine. TSK, just thinking about it made him feel fierce. Qin Yu, who was thought to be fierce, quietly followed behind. The joy in his heart gradually calmed down. Then, there was a trace of fear as well as a bit of hope. Ever since his identity was exposed, he had been walking on the edge of a blade. The slightest mistake and he would have died without a grave. And the reason he was able to accomplish this was not because of his strength or intelligence, but because of the little blue lamp. If it weren't for the little blue lamp's strength, would the sea sovereign have allowed him to live? Would moon-praying shrine have helped him? He feared he would have already become a corpse. His own strength was still far too weak. If he had the strength to contend with the whale sovereign, the old turtle, or even that mysterious majesty, then what did it matter if his identity was exposed? In the end, only a powerful cultivation was the foundation of everything. Thinking of this, Qin Yu faintly smiled. Although there had been many twists and turns and there had been many troubles, he was still alive. Moreover, the 5-element golden cores in his Dantian sea had gathered together. Without any shackles, he could officially start cultivating. Thinking about it, it wouldn't be long before his strength would experience another great leap. He just didn't know what boundary he would reach. It was truly something to look forward to. This time, they didn't go underground through Supman's residence. Rather, in a heavily guarded hall, 8 black-clothed seafolk were sitting cross-legged. When Qin Yu and the guard arrived, one of them opened his eyes. His eyes were gray and icy cold, without any fluctuations. The guard took out a token. The black-clothed seafolk glanced at it and then closed his eyes, no longer bothering with them. If one looked carefully at these 8 people, they would discover that their appearances were somewhat similar and their auras faintly blended together. Their figures were half hidden in the darkness, like 8 wooden stakes. They didn't have any fluctuations of aura, but with Qin Yu's powerful soul, he could feel an inconceivably rich smell of blood coming from their bodies. It was hard to imagine just what sort of person they were, just what sort of past they had, in order to obtain such a horrifying smell of blood. But there was one point that Qin Yu was well aware of. If someone tried to rush underground, they would inevitably be torn to pieces by a terrifying strength. "I can only escort you here. There will be others responsible for the rest." As the guard finished speaking, he used the power of the token in his hand to activate the underground transmission array. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He stepped in. There was a flash of light and his figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, his field of vision was restored. He appeared in front of that sealed stone door once more. There was already someone waiting here. It was an old seafolk with an unfamiliar face. As he looked at Qin Yu, he coldly snorted and without saying anything, waved his hand and opened the stone door. "Go in. Remember, this is your only chance. If you cannot satisfy His Majesty, you will die a miserable death." All right, it seemed that a considerable portion of the seafolk didn't have a favorable impression of him. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and thanked. There was nothing he could do about it. This old man's cultivation was formidable. Even if his attitude was cold, he would still have to accept it. In the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. No matter where he was placed, it wasn't shameful at all. It was only a basic way to survive. Rumble, rumble, the stone door closed behind him. Soon, there was the sound of breaking air in the darkness. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before relaxing. What rushed out from the darkness was a thick vine. It approached Qin Yu's side, excitedly trembling to express its closeness. On that day, Qin Yu had judged that although this vine was intelligent, it was at most at the level of a youth. Otherwise, how could it think that a gift could move him and that he would return? Moreover, even today, Qin Yu still hadn't figured out just what the black crystal chip was. He reached out a hand and patted the vine. Qin Yu leapt up and the vine cheered as it rapidly retreated. It only took a moment for it to reach the root. The time it took to leave was even shorter than before. It could be seen that it had thoroughly absorbed the little blue lamp's strength during this period of time and had made considerable progress. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He stepped down from the vine. "I said that I would return, so I will. But, did you keep your promise and keep the matters between us a secret?" The vine intertwined and emitted a syllable. "I didn't tell anyone." It was still strange, but there was a bit more crispness to it. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Qin Yu smiled. That's good. Otherwise, I won't be able to come see you in the future. Wait a moment, and I will help you continue to grow. But, you have to help me seal away my aura so that no one outside knows, okay? Okay, rumble rumble, the ground shook and countless vines rushed out, covering the skies. In the blink of an eye, they completely occupied the surrounding space, forming a sealed space. Qin Yu tested it and found that his divine sense couldn't penetrate it. It was clear that the vine itself had the ability to isolate probing. He calmed down a little. The first time he tried it, the royal palace had only been testing it out and didn't place too much importance on it. But with the formidable effects from before, it would be impossible for them not to be curious as to what Qin Yu had said. Thus, Qin Yu had asked the vine to seal away his aura. The little blue lamp was his greatest secret and what he relied on. If it were to be exposed, he would truly be beyond redemption. Wait a moment. I need to make some preparations to activate the treasure. Only then can I help you. As Qin Yu spoke, he sat down cross-legged, the contents of the treasure slowly appearing in his mind. To help the little blue lamp, he only needed to wait until nightfall. As for preparing anything, that was just an excuse. Staying in the royal palace for a few days was also good. He could take advantage of this chance to refine it under the protection of the vine and increase his ability to protect himself. In the grand hall, the sea sovereign opened his eyes, a helpless smile on his face. The companion vine has sealed away the aura. This solitude can't see what is happening. The old turtle humphed. Although he had guessed that with this little bastard's cautiousness, he would definitely make a response, he still couldn't help but curse out several times. Then, should we think of another way? Chapter 186. Underground, within the enclosed space formed by interweaving vines, a halo of 5-colored light illuminated the surroundings. Beneath the illumination of the dense vines, it seemed quite strange. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. The source of the 5-colored light floated around him. These were 5 fist-sized spheres of light that seemed to slowly wander about in a disorderly manner. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He lifted his hand and pointed his 5 fingers upwards. 5 spheres of light flew towards him, each falling onto his fingertip. Starting from his thumb, they were white, black, blue, red, and yellow in order. Then, they shrank until they were the size of a knuckle. With a thought, the spheres of light gradually stretched out until they took the shape of a sword. Hum, hum, at this moment, the cry of a sword reverberated through the ground. The vines fiercely trembled, making loud crashing sounds. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile that rapidly expanded to cover his entire face. Carefree laughter rang out from underground, constantly echoing as it struck the walls of vines. This, he had succeeded. From the first time he saw it in Immortal Eclipse Valley, to obtaining the sword diagram, to obtaining it, and then to seizing the 5-element spiritual object in the sea region, all of this could only be described as arduous. After several twists and turns, after several life and death situations, he had finally borne fruit today. Afterwards, he grasped the 5-element swords. While he might not be able to freely roam the world, he would at least have the strength to protect himself in this world. The 9 levels of the Golden Core realm were divided into 5 different cores. In normal circumstances, the 5-element Golden Cores would fall by 3 or 4 levels. But when Qin Yu split his Golden Core, the ruckus he caused had been far too great, far greater than he had imagined. The vortex of spiritual strength, the power of the sea mausoleum, as well as the mysterious altar phantom summoned by the 100 nether sword. When all of these things superimposed upon each other, his divided cores were no longer normal. Thus, his 5-element golden cores remained at the 7th level. This wasn't something as simple as 5 7th-level golden cores added together. Because the 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, Qin Yu could instantly transform the magic power of his 5-element golden cores into a single attribute. The resulting expansion would be far greater than the addition of pure strength. He could even contend with an early nascent soul. Now, with the 5-element swords in his hands, although Qin Yu's cultivation hadn't increased, his combat strength had risen yet again. Although he hadn't tested it yet, he should be able to contend with a middle nascent soul. And it couldn't be forgotten that this was in a situation where Qin Yu's mortal body wasn't superimposed upon it. After devouring the sarcomas, as well as the constant damage and repair process during the core splitting process, the degree of strength was incomparable to the past. After a long time, the laughter died down. Qin Yu clenched his fist and the 5-element swords scattered. Perhaps now it seemed that cultivating it was useless. It couldn't change the predicament he was facing at all. But that was because the ones he faced today were peerless powerhouses like the Sea Sovereign, Whale Sovereign, and Turtle Origin. In this world, they were the most formidable existences. Putting aside this small group of people, his current strength was enough to run amok in the world. He paused for a moment. When his mind calmed down, he looked up and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." The rattan leaves rubbed against each other, producing a sound. "Very scary." Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. "Your voice seems much clearer than before. It seems you've made considerable progress during this time." He had been underground for nearly half a month, so it was about time he left. The vines swayed happily. "Yes. I feel much more clear-headed, thank you." Qin Yu waved his hand. "There's no need to thank me. I've received your reward, and before coming here, I myself had already obtained some benefits." The vine continued to sway. "That is not my gift. You had best not use it too often in the future. Something bad will happen." Qin Yu thought to himself, "I don't even know what you gave me. Even if I wanted to use it, I wouldn't have enough time." Suddenly, he subconsciously thought back to the hallucination he had experienced after the black crystal piece fused into his body. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, the vine in front of him twisted in pain. His thoughts were immediately interrupted. He asked, "What is it?" "I am going to evolve." Qin Yu lifted a hand and put away the little blue lamp. The vine was in so much pain that it could no longer maintain the existence of the sealed space. Countless vines scattered and smashed into the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. With the refinement complete, the vine had also begun to evolve. It should be able to satisfy the royal palace's requirements. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands together and said, "Brother Vine, it can be considered fate that we met. After I leave today, I fear that we will never meet again, so I will bid my farewells." He turned and left. His figure flickered several times before vanishing into the darkness. In the distance, the vine's anxious voice echoed out, "Your name?" Qin Yu paused, not turning his head. "My name is Qin Yu." A moment later, Qin Yu emerged from the raging tides of strength. He stood in front of the stone door, his expression calm. With his current strength, he wouldn't be in such a distressed state like he was in the past if he relied on himself. The stone door opened. The old sea race man who had sent him in stood outside. It was unknown whether he had arrived in time or whether he had been staying here all this time. His expression was still indifferent, but his eyes were much more relaxed. It was clear he already knew some news. He lightly said, "Follow me." He stepped into the transmission array. Light flashed and Qin Yu appeared in a corner of a grand hall. The priest was sitting there drinking tea. He looked up and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Little friend Qin Yu, you're finally willing to come out." There was a hint of relief in his voice. Qin Yu walked out of the transmission array. He cupped his hands together and said, "Priest, I've made you wait for so long. I apologize." "It's fine. As long as you came, it's fine." The priest laid down his teacup and cupped his hands together towards the old turtle. "Thank you, Brother Turtle, for your tea. It was truly excellent. If you have a chance to come to my moon-praying shrine in the future, I will definitely entertain you. The old turtle stood up and lightly humphed. Don't speak such sarcastic words. If I really do go to moon-praying shrine in the future, I will either be captured by you or destroyed. No matter what happens, many people will die, so it's best if we don't meet. The priest smiled. Although Brother Turtle's words are a bit direct, the general meaning is correct. But my moon-praying shrine has always been obedient to the capital city and has never had any thoughts of rebelling. I hope that this peace can last for a long time. He cupped his hands together and turned to leave. Little friend Chin-yu, let's go. Chin-yu bowed towards the old turtle. I must thank Senior Turtle for looking after me all this time. Chin-yu thanks you here. The old turtle waved his hands again and again. Hurry and leave. I don't want to see the priest and I don't want to see you again. You are nothing but a troublemaker. These words weren't easy to refute. Troublemaker Chin-yu rubbed his nose, an awkward expression on his face. Moon-praying shrine's extremely eye-catching carriage was currently parked outside the palace. The one driving it was Shuizheng. Chin-yu glanced at him and nodded, not saying anything. On the day he had blocked the Whale Sovereign, although it was because Moon-praying shrine needed his help, he still felt a bit grateful. The priest walked in front and Chin-yu followed behind. After boarding the carriage, Shuizheng shouted out loud and the carriage began to slowly move forward. At the entrance of the hall, the old turtle withdrew his gaze. After taking several steps, he suddenly stopped and frowned. Something's wrong. This brat Chin-yu, how come he doesn't seem tired at all? Rather, he seems to have become fiercer. In the carriage, the priest's eyes flashed. He said something similar. Congratulations, little friend Chin-yu, for making such great progress in your cultivation. Chin-yu cupped his hands together. I must thank Lord Priest. If it weren't for you, I would already be dead. How could I have improved my cultivation? Haha, I already said that moon-praying shrine needed little friend's help, so there's no need to thank me. The priest laughed happily, a bit of appreciation in his eyes. Of course, the reason Chin-yu directly admitted it was because in front of these old fellows with transcendent cultivations, it was far too difficult to disguise himself. Rather than leaving behind a false impression, he simply agreed. Priest, I have been in the royal palace for too long. I fear that your department has been waiting anxiously for me. I'm not tired right now and can go back to work at any time. Why had Moon-praying shrine saved him? Chin-yu had never forgotten this point. Now that he had regained some of his freedom, he certainly knew how to return the favor. Why did he need to wait for them to bring it up? The priest laughed. Little friend Chin-yu is truly a wonderful person. Then, I won't be polite. He turned his hand and a jade box appeared in his palm. It was light blue in color and seemed ordinary. But with just a glance, Chin-yu could tell that it wasn't ordinary at all. The essence energy was restrained and the light of the treasure didn't reveal itself. There was no trace of it being refined, as if it had been formed directly by the heavens and earth. This wasn't ordinary at all, it was simply an incomparably precious treasure. If this treasure was used to hold something, it could be imagined just how precious the thing inside was. Chin-yu cautiously received it with both hands. After opening it, he discovered that there was a completely different world within. The space within the jade box was much larger than it seemed from the outside. Space treasure. There was no power in the world that couldn't be grasped and controlled. For instance, metal, wood, fire, earth, the 5 elements that could be seen everywhere, and there were also the profound and unfathomable powers of space and time. Chin-yu didn't know what sort of cultivation was needed to grasp the power of space, but he could tell that it was an extremely profound boundary. This jade box was an unrivaled treasure. The space within was 100 feet wide. There was dirt, water, and even the inner walls of the jade box still emitting light from the shadows of the sun and moon. This was simply an independent and extremely small world. This was naturally the way it was when the heavens and earth were formed. If it weren't like this, how could it be called an unrivaled treasure? But at this time, all of this was something he casually swept his eyes over. Then, all of Qin Yu's attention was drawn to a very beautiful flower growing in the dirt. That's right, Qin Yu couldn't think of any words to describe it. He could only say that it was beautiful because it was extremely, extremely beautiful. Anyone would fall in love with it at first glance. This was love, not liking. The difference between the two was far too great and needed to be clearly distinguished. It was about 30 feet tall, and every curve of its waist exuded an air of elegance. Its leaves were as green as jade, so green that it looked like a pool of flowing water. Between every few leaves there was a flower blooming. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, then even more colors could be found on these flowers. They were so delicate that they seemed to be made of the most gentle water, causing people to subconsciously hold their breaths, afraid that a slight breath would hurt them. Boundless vitality exuded from every inch of this beautiful flower. Smelling it wasn't the fragrance of a flower, but the pure aura of life that shook one's spirit. Anyone would think that it was perfect, unparalleled in the world, and that its vitality was incomparably potent. But Qin Yu could faintly feel that this aura of life was a bit too rich and overflowing. Chapter 187. The priest's words confirmed Qin Yu's thoughts. This is Moon Praying Shrine's Saint Flower. Even with my long life, I still haven't been able to truly understand it. Haha, these words are a bit too literary. In truth, to put it simply, even though I've lived for so many years, I still don't understand the flower I raised. Of course, saying it's a flower I raised isn't too appropriate, but that's the general meaning. The saint flower is like a sun. The life energy it releases can be fused into the entire tribe through special method. Thus, Moon Praying Shrine is able to continuously produce powerful warriors and maintain their tyrannical status. But in the end, it is not a true sun. The more life energy it releases, the more it will destroy the saint flower. The priest continued to speak. He rambled on, seeming messy and casual. But Qin Yu listened with a dignified expression. He could understand the seriousness behind these seemingly trivial words. Moreover, he finally understood why Moon Praying Shrine didn't hesitate to pay any price to save him. Moon Praying Shrine's Saint Flower was an incomparably strange sea spirit. Since many, many years ago, it had been worshipped by the tribe. It was unknown where it obtained strength from, but it released it in the form of life energy to help Moon Praying Shrine become stronger. This release and absorption should be in some sort of equilibrium, or perhaps it should be said that there was a slight surplus. Only like this could the saint flower grow. But starting many years ago, Moon Praying Shrine's saint flower stopped growing. The life energy it released became increasingly rich, as if it were truly burning. But this didn't come without a price. The priests could feel that the saint flower was weakening. If it continued like this, it would only wither away. Our tribe thought of many methods to help the saint flower regain its balance, but unfortunately, we all failed. That is, until we heard news about little friend Qin Yu. Oh, at the time, we called you Honorable Ning. So, the vice priest and my daughter personally brought the saint flower to the capital city, and that is what happened afterwards. The priest calmly looked at Qin Yu. Now, I would like to ask little friend Qin Yu, can you save the saint flower? Qin Yu thought to himself, don't look at how carefree you are right now. If I say I can't save it, I fear you will turn hostile at any moment. So, he put on a thoughtful expression and nodded. The priest smiled. I knew it. Then, I'll be counting on you. The holy flower's greatest problem was that the balance between the energy it absorbed and released had been broken. To put it bluntly, it drank a mouthful of water and spat out 2 mouthfuls. The extra mouthful of water had to be spat out by itself. There were many reasons for this, but in Qin Yu's opinion, the solution was simple. All he had to do was make the saint flower stronger. Just like the underground vine, it needed to become stronger in order to withstand more violent energy. The saint flower needed to become stronger and absorb more energy. The more energy it absorbed, the faster it could release. As long as the absorption and release reached a balance, it would naturally be safe. The carriage returned to the Great Glory Gambling Hall. Qin Yu was respectfully escorted into a heavily guarded chamber. Moon Praying Shrine's high priest and vice priest personally stood guard, and the entire Wolf Riders blocked off the inside and outside. The various powers of the capital had obviously come to a tacit understanding. They all restrained the forces under their command and didn't approach this area at all, so as to avoid any misunderstandings. And after Qin Yu obtained a brief period of freedom, he was placed under house arrest for a long period of time. Even if Moon Praying Shrine was only doing this for the safety of the Saint Flower, it wasn't any different. Just like that, one day after another passed. Qin Yu felt that he had been a bit too confident in the little blue lamp. There were always some places where accidents could occur. For instance, the soul mushroom from before, and now Moon Praying Shrine's Saint Flower. Did the little blue lamp have any effect on it? Of course it did. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the Saint Flower's condition was improving, although the speed was a bit slower. Qin Yu carefully communicated with a white-dressed woman from Moon Praying Shrine. Afterwards, he learned that she was the high priest's daughter. He discovered that according to the current speed, if he wanted to help the Saint Flower restore its balance, it would take at least several years or even longer. Of course, the premise of this was that the Saint Flower could last until then. Otherwise, with a loud bang, Qin Yu feared that he would die a miserable death. However, this result left Moon Praying Shrine excited. This was because this was the first time they had found a way to save the Saint Flower. Not long after, the high priest personally spoke with Qin Yu. He expressed that he didn't need to worry and that Moon Praying Shrine had enough patience. Moreover, after the Saint Flower's condition was stabilized, they also had some methods to extend its survival as much as possible. In short, as long as you continue to treat the Saint Flower like this, we can wait. Qin Yu was originally a bit anxious, but after determining that there was nothing he could do to change the situation, he could only force himself to be patient. He comforted himself that no matter where he cultivated, at least with the protection of Moon Praying Shrine, there wouldn't be any problems in terms of safety. Thus, time quietly slipped away like this. During this period of time, Qin Yu had already been executed. It was unknown what the royal palace had done, but it was clear that this was enough to give the lower and middle-level seafolk an explanation. Those that had the qualifications to know the truth kept their mouths shut. After all, this wasn't anything glorious, and there was also the invisible suppression of His Majesty in the royal palace. Ning Qin, Honorable Ning, or perhaps Qin Yu, this name that had stirred up a great storm in the sea race capital city, had vanished in the shortest period of time. Any intelligent race was easily forgetful. Perhaps some people would remember this name forever, but most would let it vanish into the depths of their long memories. At most, some years later, when they thought of it, they would say, "Oh, you're talking about that person? I also know him. He's a very fierce human." That was all. When Qin Yu gave Leon the residence, there were some people that had designs on it. After they were drenched in blood, that dilapidated residence was restored to tranquility. No, perhaps it was more appropriate to describe it as tranquil. Ever since news spread out from the royal palace that Qin Yu had killed Jing Guanjin and the others on the day of ancestral worship, the Qing family allowed him to take Qingqing's corpse away to be buried. Now, it was in this residence, accompanying Leon day and night. He was also forgotten. If there wasn't an accident, then perhaps he would be like Qin Yu, forever vanishing from the sight of the people of the capital city. The capital city returned to tranquility. Just like it had been for countless years, there were no longer any great waves. As Qin Yu gradually adapted to this tranquility, an accident occurred. In a way, this was a good thing, because on a certain night, as the saint flower was bathed in the light of the little blue lamp, it quietly underwent some important change. Thus, that strong and startling aura of life gradually calmed down. The saint flower stopped burning, and its strength returned to balance. Moon-praying shrine fell into a state of wild celebration. The entire Great Glory Gambling Hall was bathed in a festive celebration. And after the priest's daughter repeatedly confirmed that the saint flower had truly recovered, this joy reached its peak. The fragrance of wine and meat spread out for more than 10 miles. Even the usually calm vice priest unknowingly drank too much. He grabbed onto Qin Yu's hand, laughing and crying. He patted his chest and promised again and again that moon-praying shrine would be his friend from now on and that he would receive the best reception whenever he came. Qin Yu dealt with this for a while. After the vice priest left, he was replaced by someone else. In short, his ears were ringing. It wasn't until deep into the night that most people fell asleep that he finally found some peace. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. Then, he saw the wolf riders that were still standing guard. Although they were all excited, they maintained their composure. After eating some food, they returned to their posts. Perhaps it was because of the wolf riders' loyalty that the vice priest and the others were so unrestrained in their celebration. The one leading these wolf riders was Shuizheng. He thought for a moment and then brought over a jar of wine. He poured 2 bowls and said, "I can't drink too much because of my duty. Here, I toast you." Qin Yu picked up the wine and drank it in one gulp. He smiled and said, "In truth, I've always wanted to say thank you." Shuizheng nodded and turned to leave. How cold and cruel. Qin Yu didn't care. He returned to his room. He didn't rest on his bed nor did he cultivate. He just quietly sat there. This was because he felt that someone would soon come to see him. And as he thought, the old priest arrived an hour later. He opened the door and saw Qin Yu's calm expression. The old man smiled, but his tone was a bit helpless. "If possible, I really don't want to let you go." Qin Yu reached out a hand and invited him to sit down. "I believe that Lord Priest is someone who keeps his promises." A bright light flashed in the old priest's eyes. "For someone as old as me, promises and things like face aren't important to me. Perhaps I really might go back on my word." Qin Yu lightly said, "Then Lord Priest will discover that the result will not be what you expect. For instance, the saint flower will die." The room fell silent. The old priest frowned, as if he were unhappy that Qin Yu was using the saint flower to threaten him. The latter's expression was light, as if those fierce and forceful words just now hadn't come from him. But it was because of this that no one dared to look down on him. After a long time, the old priest faintly smiled. "Of course it's just for fun. As the priest of Moon-Praying Shrine, I am a great figure, so I naturally keep my word." Qin Yu smiled in response. This junior also believes so. However, the old priest's following words were cold and indifferent, even though his tone was still warm. "Moon-Praying Shrine saved little friend Qin Yu's life. You shouldn't object to this. In return, little friend saved my saint flower. In that case, you and I are even. Moon-Praying Shrine can allow little friend to leave, but when little friend leaves the capital city, I will announce that you have lost your status as Moon-Praying Shrine's guest priest." He paused for a moment and then continued to say, "After all, for someone who will soon leave, I will not allow Moon-Praying Shrine to establish a powerful enemy." The old priest didn't say who the enemy was, but it wasn't difficult to guess his identity. The Whale Sovereign. This was a terrifying existence that had disappeared ever since that day in the sea race's royal court. It was clear that he wouldn't easily give up on a goal that he had failed to accomplish several times. If Qin Yu stepped out of the capital city and lost the protection of Moon-Praying Shrine, he would definitely attack. This was the silent choice that the old man had laid out. Join Moon-Praying Shrine or face the slaughter of the Whale Sovereign. Chapter 188. Although this was cold, realistic, and even a bit too unreasonable, the priest's actions weren't wrong. From Moon-Praying Shrine's point of view, it could even be called reasonable. Thus, after a brief moment of surprise, Qin Yu could only sigh at how thick these old fellows' skin was. He nodded and said, "I understand." This reply was very light, as if he were telling you what to eat for lunch today, and then nodding in response. It wasn't a choice that involved life or death. Although this sort of attitude didn't directly answer, it was already a clear answer. The priest sighed, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. "We will stay in the capital city for another 3 days. I hope that little friend Qin Yu can think things through. Moon Praying Shrine's doors are always open to you, as long as you are willing." Qin Yu stood up and sent him away. Then, he closed the door and returned to his chair, a helpless smile on his face. How could he not have thought of the Whale Sovereign's threat? But, while the underground vines of the royal palace and Moon Praying Shrine's Saint Flower had saved his life, they had also pushed him to the edge of danger. No one knew of the little blue lamp's existence yet, but it was bound to arouse suspicion. If Qin Yu agreed to Moon Praying Shrine's invitation, he might be able to safely leave the capital city. But no one knew just how things would develop afterwards. Once the little blue lamp's existence was exposed, all that awaited him was death. So, after a brief struggle in his heart, he still refused. Without Moon Praying Shrine's protection, he might be able to rely on his own strength to escape. This was the reason why Qin Yu had the confidence to refuse. If he was in a situation of certain death, then Qin Yu might not mind temporarily joining Moon Praying Shrine in order to find a way to survive. The next day, a guest arrived at the Great Glory Gambling Hall. Even the cold and fierce wolf riders lowered their heads in respect. In the end, she had also played a part in saving the Saint Flower. Sangyaya stepped down from the carriage. As she saw the priest standing not too far away, she stuck out her tongue and quickly stepped forwards to bow. "Yaya greets Grandpa Priest." The priest smiled and waved his hand. "In terms of age, it is normal for you to call me Grandpa. But, if you consider your parents behind you and His Majesty in the palace, then that isn't so easy to say. So, you should just call me Uncle." The young girl's face turned red. How could she withstand the thick skin of these old things? She mumbled a few words, not knowing what to say. The woman faintly smiled. Her ordinary face exuded the demeanor of a noble. "Lord Priest speaks too seriously. The various sea races have different lifespans, and it is a tradition for us to refer to each other as our own. How the young miss calls you has no influence on my master or madam." As for His Majesty, she didn't mention him. The people from Sega City, especially the old man beside the madam, didn't have any favorable impressions of the ruler of the sea races in the royal palace. The priest nodded. "That makes sense." The two of them exchanged a few words in a warm tone. The priest asked about the couple in Sega City, and the woman responded appropriately. "You came to see little friend Qin Yu, right? How about you help me persuade him to join my Moon Praying Shrine? After all, you know the current situation." The woman faintly smiled. "I fear we will have to disappoint Lord Priest. The reason we came here today is because we hope that Qin Yu can join Sega City. After all, in the sea region, there shouldn't be anyone that has the friendliest attitude towards humans besides our Sega City. Moreover, there is a bit of friendship between us and Qin Yu. Perhaps he will agree." The priest's eyes flashed. "Is that so? Then I wish you success in advance." "Thank you, Lord Priest." Without a trace, the two sides completed a round of confrontation. The white-dressed woman watched as the woman and young girl walked towards Qin Yu's residence. She revealed an anxious look in her eyes. "Father, why did you agree? What if they really managed to convince Qin Yu?" The priest helplessly smiled. He patted his daughter's hand. "This matter isn't easy to manage. After all, the choice is in Qin Yu's hands, and we are currently being threatened by him." The woman's complexion changed. "Father, are you really worried that he has done something? Perhaps he has, perhaps he hasn't, but what difference does it make? As long as he can make us feel fear, that is what Qin Yu has already succeeded in. However, unless he wants to face the relentless pursuit of moon-praying shrine, once we promise to let him leave, he shouldn't do anything else." The woman nodded. She looked over, a bit unwilling. She really hoped that Qin Yu would stay in moon-praying shrine. Perhaps they could learn from the royal palace and give Qin Yu some sort of peace of mind. For instance, marriage. But if that really happened, then the only one with a suitable status in moon-praying shrine was her. Thinking of this, the white-dressed woman revealed a shy expression. But in the next moment, her eyes filled with determination. As long as she could guarantee that the Saint Flower would be safe in the future, then no matter what price she had to pay, she was willing. The priest frowned. He said in a low voice, "Don't even think about it. I won't agree." The white-dressed young girl wasn't surprised that her father could see through her thoughts. This was because he was the priest of the tribe and also the person closest to the sea spirit in the world. She had never doubted this. "Father, perhaps this can guarantee the Saint Flower a long period of safety and allow my moon-praying shrine to prosper forever. If possible, your daughter is willing." The priest turned and left. "Impossible. Stop thinking about this and don't tell anyone else." The royal palace's promise wasn't able to move Qin Yu at all. Although he believed that his daughter wasn't any worse than a princess, the chances of success weren't high. Taking a step back, even if she did succeed, would she still be able to stay by Qin Yu's side after marriage? If this brat were to find a chance to run away, then his daughter's life would be ruined. In Qin Yu's room, the priest never imagined that the Madam of Sega City would be even bolder than he was. The Madam's complexion darkened. It was clear she wasn't satisfied with this arrangement. But her tone remained calm as she explained the situation as clearly as possible. "Mr. Qin Yu, this is my Madam's attitude. If you are willing to be together with the Miss, then Sega City will be your strongest support. We guarantee that no one will harm you. Of course, before the Miss naturally grows up, you cannot truly be together." Sang Yea's face flushed red. She nervously looked at her toes. Across from her, Qin Yu helplessly smiled. He felt deep admiration towards this madam that he had never seen before. She was even able to agree to such a ridiculous matter. How could he know that Sang Yea had bitterly begged and even used the excuse of running away from home to force this madam to make this decision? Only with the response of the royal palace and moon-praying shrine had the madam finally made this decision. Princess Lushy, who had once hated and wanted to kill each other, the cute and shy Sang Yea, as well as the priest's beloved daughter that had yet to emerge from the water's surface. In that instant, Qin Yu seemed to have obtained a heaven-defying luck in love affairs. He had become a fragrant cake in the eyes of countless people. Unfortunately, all of this was good to think about. It was destined that he wouldn't be able to enjoy it. He reached out a hand and rubbed Sang Yea's head. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Just what are you thinking about all day? Didn't I already tell you that I already have someone in my heart? I can't hold any more." Then, he earnestly spoke to the madam. He thanked her for the good intentions of Sega City and also expressed his attitude as tactfully as possible. Although she had been rejected, the madam's complexion improved instead. As she looked at Qin Yu, her eyes warmed a bit more. "That really is a pity. All right, could your words be any more fake?" Qin Yu smiled. He told Sang Yea that he would soon leave the capital city. He thanked her for her help and said that they would meet again in the future if fate willed it. But everyone knew that these words weren't sincere at all. One was in the sea region and the other was returning to the human world. Without accident, it would be difficult for them to meet again. The young girl was silent for a moment. Her eyes reddened and her nasal voice became a bit heavier. She whispered, "Seventh Auntie, can you leave for a moment? I have some words I want to speak with Big Brother Qin Yu alone." The madam hesitated for a moment. She looked at Qin Yu and nodded. "All right. I will wait outside for Miss." The door opened and then closed. There were only the two of them left in the room. Looking at the young girl's silent appearance, Qin Yu wanted to liven up the atmosphere a bit. He jokingly said, "Look, you've made her so nervous. She must be worried that you will be impulsive and do something you will regret. Haha, she looks down on me too much." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the little loli, who threw herself into his arms. Qin Yu stiffened. He could feel the hot and wet sensation on his chest. He sighed inwardly and reached out to hold her. "Yaya, listen to me. Don't cry." "I'm not crying, it's just that my eyes are blurred. Sometimes, the loli's sophistry was just so cute." Qin Yu smiled and patted her shoulder. Big brother Qin Yu understands. Yaya didn't cry. Yaya is the strongest." But as he said this, Sang Yaya actually began to cry instead. She couldn't even suppress her sobbing. If others were to see this, they would definitely curse Qin Yu for being worse than a beast. "Big brother Qin Yu, seventh auntie didn't tell me, but the truth is that Yaya knows that the whale sovereign is a big bad bastard. He will definitely think of a way to harm you. You rejected my uncle, you rejected Moon Praying Shrine, and you also didn't agree to be with me. Who will protect you? Big brother Qin Yu, Yaya knows that you loved that woman, but she died. Why aren't you willing to be with Yaya? I will work hard to grow up. I will treat big brother Qin Yu very, very well. I don't want anything to happen to you, I don't." As she spoke of the most heartbreaking parts, the young girl began to cry. Qin Yu was moved. He thought for a moment and said, "Yaya, I understand your feelings. But, can you please have some faith in me? Although I definitely can't defeat the whale sovereign, I still have some confidence I can escape." Sang Yaya looked up, her eyes red. Her tears nearly broke down Qin Yu's persistence. "Really, really," Qin Yu earnestly nodded. "Of course it's true. Yaya, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will become even more formidable. Then, I will come back and kill the whale sovereign." These words were said with a smile. It sounded like he was trying to comfort the young girl's heart, but only Qin Yu knew that what he said was the truth. He had killed Jing Guanjin and killed the playboy beside him. It seemed as if he had completed his revenge, but the person behind the scenes hadn't died yet, so how could his thoughts be clear? Thus, the whale sovereign had to die. It was only a matter of time. In this sort of situation where he had to think about how to escape the other party's pursuit and how to kill the whale sovereign, it really was a funny matter. Chapter 189. After comforting Sang Yaya, he spoke a few more words. He thought that the woman outside might not want to wait any longer, so he smiled and sent her out. Although it was very subtle, the woman's quick glance at Sang Yaya didn't escape Qin Yu's eyes. She really didn't feel reassured. "Miss, it's time for us to leave." Not discovering anything strange, the woman's heart calmed down a little. She nodded to Qin Yu and turned around. Sang Yaya's lips moved as if she wanted to say something. Qin Yu patted her shoulder. "You have to have confidence in me, okay?" Thus, the young girl nodded. But even as she boarded the carriage, she kept looking back. As they drove out of the Great Glory Casino, the woman thought for a moment and earnestly said, "Miss, I'm beginning to believe your judgment. This Mr. Qin Yu is indeed not bad." Sang Yaya curled her lips. "Humph. Seventh auntie, I think you know that it is impossible for big brother Qin Yu to agree to accept me, so you dare to say that." The woman wasn't surprised that the young girl had seen through her true thoughts. She already knew that the young girl was smart and never doubted her. She nodded and admitted, "That's right. No matter how outstanding he is still a human, so how could he be worthy of Miss? I think that Madam already expected this, so you agreed to let Miss make this trip. Now, it is time for Miss to fulfill your promise. You will return to Sega City, and not take a single step outside until you are of age." Sang Yaya bit her lips. "I will return, after big brother Qin Yu leaves." The woman thought for a moment. She felt that it was impossible to change this young girl's stubborn thoughts, so she tacitly agreed. She only sighed inwardly. Perhaps there was something that the miss didn't understand. It wasn't just the whale sovereign that wanted Qin Yu dead, but also the tacit consent of many others. For instance, His Majesty. For instance, Moon Praying Shrine's priest. This human had such a dazzling performance. If he couldn't be used by the sea races, then he should just die. Perhaps this was the common thought of many people. In the end, the sea races stood on opposite sides of humanity. It was only because of innate restrictions that war hadn't erupted between the two races. But the thought of weakening the other was an instinctual instinct. In other words, no one would help Qin Yu. Then, could he rely on his own strength to escape the whale sovereign's pursuit? In truth, the woman didn't think this would happen. Personally witnessing the death of someone she cared about and even had a good impression of was an extremely cruel thing, but perhaps this could help the young miss mature faster. Another day passed. Today was the deadline that Moon Praying Shrine had given Qin Yu. They would leave tomorrow. If he stayed here, there would still be one more day of peace. But he didn't plan to wait any longer. So, he bid his farewells to the priest. When he spoke of his decision to leave, he clearly noticed that the eyes of this old man, who had turned hostile so quickly, were filled with helplessness and sorrow. Then, Qin Yu received an unexpected gift. What appeared in the priest's hand was a green flower. It looked like it was carved from a water droplet, and it gave off a green and transparent feeling. It contained an incomparably majestic aura of life. I made an agreement with the holy flower that as long as you choose to leave before the deadline, this gift will be given to you. Otherwise, I will take it back. The strength of the saint flower can only be possessed by the brave. At the very least, it seems that little friend Qin Yu is a courageous person. I hope that you can survive. With a flick of his fingers, the blue flower flew towards him. Qin Yu reached out and received it. Then, like a drop of water, it melted into his flesh and blood, vanishing from sight. But Qin Yu could feel its existence. Within his body, there was a powerful life force that was in a dormant state. The Saint Flower's flower can only be obtained by the most outstanding clansman of the Crescent Moon tribe. It will follow you for the rest of your life. After you are injured, the life force within the flower will automatically surge out to repair your injuries. Moreover, its strength can be restored on its own. A flower was a treasure that could store a massive amount of life force and could be used many times over. It was no wonder that this old fellow had such a pained expression. Qin Yu sincerely expressed his thanks and received the flower. The priest stood up. Then I won't send you off. Farewell. Qin Yu turned and left. The wolf riders stood guard outside, as if they already knew what had happened. They clenched their fists in front of their chests and bowed their heads in respect. This respect came from their gratitude for saving the Saint Flower. Shuizheng stood there, not saying anything. He only quietly watched Qin Yu's back as he put on a black robe and left the Great Glory gambling hall. Soon, all of the sound shell stations in the capital city urgently broadcasted a message. A guest priest of the tribe had been stripped of his status and would no longer be related to him. The identity of this person was very vague, but those who had the qualifications to know certain things were very clear about the contents of this message. The first elder with a scar on his face chuckled softly. Actually, this old man is rather impressed by this human race junior. Where does he get his confidence from to leave this place alive? Below, a group of white-haired old thieves coldly sneered. Anyone that ruined the day of ancestral worship and offended their ancestors must die. See Spirit Pavilion. The 9-layer building was being rebuilt. Old C was temporarily living in a courtyard not too far away. As he heard the news, he waved his hand, indicating that he should leave. Clearwood bit her lips. Teacher! This Qin Yu is someone that can always accomplish things that others cannot. Although it seems to me that he cannot escape death, that doesn't mean that there won't be a miracle. He has always been someone that is good at creating miracles, isn't he? His voice was light. But light didn't only represent tranquility, but also powerlessness. A purple card sea spirit teacher, had a revered status and possessed an incomparably powerful influence. But he had no way of interfering in this matter. In a quiet courtyard near Noble Court Avenue, Leon was sitting in front of a newly built grave. He was speaking in a low voice, as if Ching Ching hadn't left yet. Not too far away, a sound shell was playing a program from a music station. The soothing and light sound of wind and bamboo music had always been Ching Ching's favorite. But suddenly the song stopped. An urgent news was broadcasted through a sweet woman's voice. This station has the latest news. A guest priest of Moon Praying Shrine has left for unknown reasons. Starting today, he has officially separated himself from Moon Praying Shrine and will no longer be related to each other. This is the first time in the last 10 years that Moon Praying Shrine has released news on the sound shell of the capital city. According to the judgment of a special commentator of this station, this might be a sign that the relationship between Moon Praying Shrine and the capital city is easing. There was still much more to come, but Leon couldn't hear any of it. He turned around, revealing his pale and unshaven face. He muttered, "Teacher, is that you, Princess Mansion?" Princess Lushy was stunned for a long time. Then, she lowered her head. She already knew that Qin Yu had rejected her, so whether he lived or died had nothing to do with her. But why did she still feel so empty in her heart? Why did she feel so worried? Princess Lushy clenched her teeth, scolding herself for lacking ambition. That blind, hateful, arrogant bastard! If that fellow died, then he died. Why did she care about him? There were so many words to describe him, but perhaps the most important one was that he lacked vision. Looking at the edge of the capital city, and listening to the sounds coming from the sound shell stations on both sides of the street, Qin Yu smiled. He sighed inwardly at the control of the priests. Indeed, it was time to step out of the capital city. Suddenly, Qin Yu felt something. He turned to look at a tall building in the distance. It was far away, but even with his keen eyesight, he still couldn't clearly make out who it was. But that cold and powerful aura, that gaze that was as sharp as an arrow, instantly told him that the one standing there was the Whale Sovereign. Perhaps the Whale Sovereign had already discovered him the moment he stepped out of the Great Glory Gambling Hall. It was only after Moon Praying Shrine made their stance clear that he revealed his true aura. Bang! Qin Yu stepped forwards and shot into the skies. His black robes were directly torn apart by a formidable strength. Blood-red flames ignited, and he howled into the distance like a meteor. This sudden scene attracted the attention of countless people. Some people didn't clearly see who it was, but there were also those that did. Their eyes widened, filled with shock. Within the royal palace, within the grand hall, the Sea Sovereign suddenly revealed a helpless smile. "This Qin Yu, he is deliberately making things difficult for us. It's clear that in his heart he holds a grudge against us for allowing him to do this. The old turtle humph. Serves him right. Who told him to not know what's good for him? He refused the princess, and also refused that little girl Ye. Does he really think he is someone we can't do without?" The Sea Sovereign smiled. "Does Mr. believe that he can leave here alive?" The old turtle was silent for a moment. He said, "There's only a 20% chance." To think there's a 20% chance. It seems that Mr. favors him greatly. But this solitude believes that he doesn't even have a chance. "Your Majesty, why do you say this?" The Whale Sovereign is even stronger. The voice on the dragon throne was light, a bit rueful. These words were simple, but the meaning behind them wasn't. In particular, when it came from the Sea Sovereign, the old turtle's complexion instantly turned dignified. "Your Majesty, are you saying that he made a breakthrough?" This solitude also discovered this not too long ago. "I cannot help but acknowledge that this cousin of mine, who I have never been close to since childhood, is truly a fierce character. Unfortunately, this solitude cannot use him." The old turtle bitterly smiled. "If that's the case, then this time Qin Yu really is dead." He felt a bit regretful. After all, putting aside Qin Yu's status as a human, whether it was cultivation, methods, or character, this was the junior he admired the most. There was no one else, at least not now. On a tall building, the whale sovereign wore black armor. He indifferently looked at the blood-red beam of light that shot into the skies. His face was as cold and callous as stone, without the least bit of emotion. Like this, he calmly watched as Qin Yu escaped, as if he didn't care at all. But he was like a god that stood above the highest heavens, confident and graceful, as if everything was under his control. Suddenly, the whale sovereign, who was leaning against the railing, suddenly twisted and vanished from sight. Then, a crack appeared where he vanished, followed by a second, a third in the blink of an eye. It spread out like a dense spider web. The entire tall building collapsed in a single breath of time. It was instantly released by a formidable strength, shattering it into countless pieces. Then, an earth-shaking and terrifying sound rang out in the air. This was the sound of the air being torn apart. The whale sovereign had already made his move. As he walked through the air, his figure flickered and then vanished. Like this, many whale sovereigns appeared in the sky, disappearing from the capital city. One red, one black, they pierced through the skies like bolts of lightning, howling into the distance. Countless seafolk watched. Some were inexplicably surprised, but some were well aware that this was a late hunt. However, they didn't know whether or not the incomparably powerful whale sovereign would be able to successfully kill his prey after several failures. Chapter 190. Qin Yu soon discovered that he had been too optimistic and had underestimated the whale sovereign's strength. The whale sovereign was far more formidable than he had revealed. Or, it was more accurate to say that he was far, far stronger. With his current cultivation, if he used the blood escape and increased his speed by 10 times, there shouldn't be anyone at the nascent soul realm that could catch up to him. The whale sovereign had done it. Although he couldn't shorten the distance between them for a time, this was more than enough for the whale sovereign. All he needed to do now was bite down on Qin Yu. Then, there would come a time when he wouldn't be able to use the blood escape. At that time, Qin Yu would be extremely weak, and standing up would be difficult. The whale sovereign would only need to gently reach out a hand to take his head. They had already left the capital city, so a great deal of time had passed. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He now knew that the whale sovereign could chase him forever. In fact, he even had the thoughts of chasing prey. He wanted Qin Yu to tire out and weaken, and then he could easily kill him like he said before. So, if there wasn't an accident, he shouldn't be able to escape. Countless thoughts raced through Qin Yu's mind. He imagined countless possibilities, but he discovered that no matter what, none of them could protect his life. As for the outside world, there was no longer any strength he could borrow. In truth, Qin Yu felt a bit of regret. No matter if he agreed to Moon Praying Shrine or Sega City, he would still be safe. But this regret only flashed for a moment before it was erased by his powerful will. This was because Qin Yu knew that it wouldn't solve any problems and would only soften his will. Since he couldn't escape, then he wouldn't. Rather than exhausting all his strength in the process, he might as well turn around and fight. Although there was almost no chance of winning, if he risked his life, he might be able to tear off a few pieces of meat from the whale sovereign's body. If he died, he had to die with some meaning. As Qin Yu thought this, he stopped. The blazing blood-red flames around him converged, revealing his pale face. No, even if he died, there was still something he had to do. So in the next moment, the blood-red flames burned once more, rising up, rising up. With a loud rumbling sound, a giant bulge appeared on the surface of the sea. Then, it collapsed and seawater recklessly surged in all directions. Qin Yu looked up at the sun that he hadn't seen in a long time. He took a deep breath and muttered, "That's right. If I die, I should die under the sun." Bang! The seawater shattered once more, and countless water droplets shot out in all directions. Each droplet contained an extremely terrifying power. Even a mountain would be easily turned into a sieve by these water droplets. The whale sovereign stepped forwards. His black armor combined with his heaven-shaking aura made him seem like a demon god descending from the heavens. He glanced at Qin Yu and then swept his eyes around. After determining that there wasn't anything wrong, he lightly said, "I thought you had arranged some sort of trap." Qin Yu smiled. "It's just that I don't want to die at the bottom of the sea. After all, I am a human. In some aspects, I have different ideas from the sea races. Moreover, the feeling of basking in the sun is really good." The whale sovereign shook his head. "I don't like it." He looked up at the sun. "If you want to borrow the power of the sun to try and suppress my cultivation, then I'll have to disappoint you. I'm not restrained. After all, once one's cultivation reaches this level, leaving the sea region for a short period of time won't have any effect." Qin Yu didn't explain anything. He only said a few more words because he wanted to live a little longer. Since the whale sovereign wasn't in a hurry to attack, he naturally wasn't in a hurry either. As he thought, there was a reason why the whale sovereign wasn't in a hurry to kill him. "Qin Yu, you know that I will definitely kill you, and it is impossible for me to let you go. So, let's be honest with each other. Tell me, just what did you rely on to cure the vines beneath the royal palace, and also moon-praying shrines Saint Flower? If you tell me, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will regret ever appearing in this world." This was a threat, but when he said it, there was a strange sense of truth to it, as if it were a matter of course. As if whatever he said, he would definitely be able to do it. This was a natural and unintentional display of confidence. Even now, Qin Yu still couldn't understand why the whale sovereign had this sort of characteristic. This was because when one's cultivation reached the limits of nascent soul and nearly touched upon the divine soul, one's own soul would quietly transform, giving birth to a vast and formidable self-confidence that could contain the world. But this didn't affect Qin Yu, because he knew that the whale sovereign could do it. So, he was silent for several breaths of time. Just as the whale sovereign thought that he would relent, he gently shook his head. "I also want to kill you, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance. So, right now, I just want to live a little longer. I know the method to cure you, but I won't tell you. I'm sorry, perhaps because I'm about to die, I'm a bit nervous right now. If there are any places where my words aren't clear, I ask that you forgive me." The whale sovereign's eyes were ice-cold. "I will find out." He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The world was quiet, without the least bit of sound. Even the sound of the wind on the sea surface had vanished. Then, this sudden silence was suddenly broken without warning. A giant hand condensed from seawater rose up from the sea. Wherever it passed, space would twist. It was like a legendary ancient sea demon as it grasped towards Qin Yu. Before it arrived, an invisible pressure left him unable to breathe. His black robes stiffened like iron, sticking to his body, unable to move at all. This was the whale sovereign's true strength. Moreover, he should have been holding back, because he wanted to crush Qin Yu and force him to reveal what he needed. If he simply wanted to kill Qin Yu, then perhaps this palm would have been more than enough. A self-deprecating thought rose up in Qin Yu's mind. So he had painstakingly cultivated to this day, and yet he was still a character that could be casually erased by others. He was indeed a minor character amongst minor characters, cannon fodder amongst cannon fodder. And there was also that cheap senior apprentice brother of Pill Crucibles. He said that he was an inborn fortune-teller, but he had actually believed him. He really was an old swindler. As he thought this, Qin Yu attacked. Facing the whale sovereign, he couldn't use any other method. So, although it was a bit tacky, he still used the boundless blue finger. Winds and clouds rose up once more. Black robes surged in heaven and earth's spiritual strength howled forwards. Then, the strength of this finger collided with the giant hand of seawater. There wasn't anything fancy about it. It was only a contest of absolute strength. It was clear that in this confrontation, Qin Yu was at an absolute disadvantage. Thus, the boundless blue finger trembled and collapsed. Then, through some unknown method, it destroyed the giant hand of seawater along with it. Blood gushed out from every orifice of his head, and he tumbled backwards. The whale sovereign frowned. He had faced this supernatural finger before, but it seemed different from today. He slowly said, "This finger of yours, what is it called?" "Boundless blue finger, cough cough. It's something I learned from a bull after I escaped a calamity." To a certain degree, this was the truth. But to the whale sovereign, this was nothing more than naked mockery. So, he nodded and said, "You have another thing on you that I want to obtain. That's good." Qin Yu coughed violently. "Don't be so vague with your words, otherwise I really might be scared." "What a sharp tongue!" The whale sovereign lifted a hand and pushed forwards. This was the advantage of being a master. They didn't need any fancy moves. With just a raise of their hand, they could possess a heaven-shaking strength. Thus, the torrential waves suddenly surged forth, roaring as they rushed forwards, layer upon layer, as if they wanted to rush to the ends of the world. Standing from afar, this might be a shocking scene. Then, there would be some artistic youths who would be stirred up and filled with emotion. They might even write a magnificent poem, such as, "The great river flows east, the waves wash away everything fine, this was a sea, not a river." But, as long as one could understand the general meaning, it was fine. After all, literature was all about seeming right and wrong. But facing this, Qin Yu didn't have the slightest bit of appreciation in his heart. As he was shaken by the overwhelming aura and vomited blood, he lowered his voice and cursed, "This is really a fucking great wave." He struggled to lift a hand. His Dantian sea began to tremble. This was the strength of his 5-element golden cores being galvanized to the limit. Then, above his 5 fingers, a ball of light appeared. White, black, blue, red, yellow, 5 colors. With the cry of swords, the 5-element swords began to bloom once more in the world after many, many years. Unfortunately, this might also be the last time they would appear. Bang bang, the 5-element swords formed a circle, rapidly spinning as they thrust out. As the great waves arrived, they were pierced through by their sharp strength. The area that was torn open was just enough to hold Qin Yu. So, even though he was shaken by the strength contained in the great waves and vomited blood again and again, when the waves passed and rumbled into the distance, Qin Yu was still standing there. Of course, his appearance was quite miserable. His robes were in tatters and there were countless wounds on his body. Blood wildly flowed out, dripping down the corners of his clothes. But this far surpassed the whale sovereign's expectations. His eyes brightened and he smiled at Qin Yu. "How amazing! So you actually grasped such a formidable strength. Is this the power of the 5 elements?" As he praised, his eyes became increasingly cold. From the bottom of his heart, he believed that his decision to kill Qin Yu was the correct one. Otherwise, in a few more years, who knew to what extent this human brat who was struggling to survive like a bug he had crushed today would grow to. Perhaps there really was a chance that he would be able to threaten him. But now there was no chance. The third. The whale sovereign's smile faded. "I hope that you can give me another pleasant surprise." He began to chant some special syllable. Then, he lifted a hand and pointed it at Qin Yu. That's right, this time it was the whale sovereign who had pointed a finger at Qin Yu. The skies suddenly darkened. A thin black finger appeared without warning, as if there was a black hole in the void behind it that connected to different worlds. Qin Yu forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt his chest relax a little. At the very least, his breathing wasn't so uncomfortable. He looked up at the thin finger and thought that if he used such a big move now, it would be too much of him. He really didn't have the strength to attack again. He had nearly exhausted all of his magic power and there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't aching. If it weren't for his firm will, he feared he would have already fallen to the ground. If there was a method that didn't require exhaustion, then he might as well give it a try. As he thought this, the whale sovereign's voice faintly echoed out. The strange syllables were vast and grand, filled with ancient majesty. Chapter 191. His consciousness was originally a bit blurry, but the flower sent by the saint flower within him seemed to slow down by a beat. It finally began to gush out strength. As a result, it was like a gush of warm water was flowing within his body. The serious injuries in his body that were on the verge of collapse were quickly contained and healed. This was truly worthy of being Moon-Praying Shrine's saint flower. Even a single flower possessed such astonishing strength. Unfortunately, in the current situation, it seemed useless. After all, the whale sovereign's ultimate move was about to arrive. Qin Yu simply didn't realize this. He furrowed his eyebrows together. Because his injuries had been alleviated and his consciousness had been restored, it began to rapidly spin. These syllables, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He suddenly recalled that this was a strange memory that had appeared in his mind after he received the gift from the underground vine. It was these syllables. Although they weren't the same, they should belong to the same language. For the time being, he could classify these syllables as a mystical language. He looked up at the thin black finger and pursed his lip. This was because he felt that even if there was only the tiniest bit of hope, he should still give it a try. Otherwise, he would regret it even if he died. Thus, the memory in his mind was flipped open. The strange syllables sang in his soul, and a sea chart phantom unfurled above his head. Countless islands shined like precious treasures. Capital city, living quarters of the priests. Originally, as servants of the sea spirit, some tribes called them noble divine servants. They lived in the grand and magnificent sea god palace. Unfortunately, ever since the rise of royal power many years ago, when the capital city's sea god palace's plaque was taken down, no one dared to call it by this name again. Of course, there were many reasons for this. The priests were related to the change in royal power in the past, but that was another story altogether. Let's turn our gazes back here. This massive palace that had lost its plaque hadn't been properly maintained. Now, within its grand and boundless aura, there was a hint of decay mixed in. The mottled murals, the water-stained ceiling, the dim light, all of this perfectly wove together to form such a scene. In the largest hall, beneath the towering sea spirit statue, a massive number of priests were gathered. Almost all of the high-level priests of the capital city had gathered here. If someone else were to appear here, they would be surprised to discover that these priests, who weren't valued at all, were actually using some unknown method to watch the battle between the whale sovereign and Qin Yu in the distance. Even though the image was a little distorted and blurry, he could still roughly make out the situation. Most of them had nervous expressions on their faces as they argued in hushed voices. Everyone was extremely solemn, as if they were discussing something extremely important. He's a human. So what if you're a human? 10 hours of baptism is enough to prove everything. I still don't agree. Those who agree, please vote. In the end, there is no direct evidence to prove that he was chosen. The priests finally managed to reach a consensus. If Qin Yu couldn't produce conclusive evidence, then they wouldn't do anything. The price was simply too great. Moreover, once they made a move, everything they had been hiding would be exposed. You will regret this. The one who roared was one of the priests responsible for presiding over the sea spirit baptism that day. His eyes were filled with anger. The sea spirit has already clearly conveyed its will, but you stubborn and cowardly fellows are still here arguing and arguing. After today, there will surely be the wrath of the sea spirit descending upon us. He turned around and left with the priests that supported him. But at this time, there was a sudden cry in their ears. It was a cry of shock, joy, and disbelief. Several priests turned around and saw what was happening in the diagram. The sea diagram had already appeared. An impulse appeared in Qin Yu's soul, so strong that he couldn't resist it at all. Thus, he lifted his hand and locked onto the sea diagram. Then, he pointed at a black dot of light. Qin Yu didn't know what this black dot of light represented. He only instinctively believed that this was the place he needed to place his finger on. Then, Qin Yu truly understood what this black dot of light was, as well as what sort of gift the underground vine had given him. High in the skies, beneath the great sun, space suddenly twisted, as if some formidable strength were about to gush out from within. In the next moment, space broke apart and a terrifying beam of light shot out, rumbling towards the whale sovereign on the sea surface in a straight line. It was hard to describe how formidable this beam of light was. It was like a rushing river, vast and aboveboard, as if it had the strength to erase all. It was like an arrow shot by a heavenly god, impossible to resist. The whale sovereign's complexion changed. For the first time, he revealed a look of alarm and anger. His eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. But in the next moment, he reacted. With a deep roar, he lifted his hands and a rich black light gushed out from his black armor, condensing into a black sphere of light that covered him within. Then, this black sphere of light was struck by the beam of light and swallowed up. Bang! The sea surface violently collapsed, forming a straight and deep hole. Endless seawater tumbled about, roaring into the distance. Like this, without warning, a tsunami had appeared. Qin Yu was stunned. He only had time to think, so it wasn't an illusion. The whale sovereign's finger had arrived. His ears immediately buzzed, as if he had lost his sense of hearing. Then, his body sank downward. His head spun and he vomited. Then, what spread out was an extremely horrifying pain. It was like a tide, spreading to his limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, his bones, flesh, and blood were all crushed. It was like a person was placed beneath a giant millstone and then ruthlessly thrown down from a high place. Qin Yu had always believed that his will was extremely firm. Even if his flesh was cut and his bones were scraped, he could still withstand it. But it was clear that this pain had surpassed the limits of what he could withstand. Thus, he was only able to persist for several breaths of time before his consciousness sank and he fell into endless darkness. The seawater roared. The beam of light had already vanished, but the effects it caused were still fermenting and spreading. In the bottomless pit in the sea, the whale sovereign emerged, his complexion pale. Most of his black armor was broken and blood flowed out from the cracks. It was clear that after withstanding the direct bombardment of the beam of light, he had suffered severe injuries. Even so, the whale sovereign's aura was still formidable. His oppressive aura was like an invisible spear that pierced into the horizon. He flicked his sleeves and endless seawater was shaken away. Then, Qin Yu's unconscious figure was revealed. He was being pulled by an invisible strength towards him. As his eyes fell on Qin Yu, the whale sovereign furrowed his eyebrows. There was a trace of caution and fear in his eyes. The method to treat the sea spirit, the boundless blue finger, the power of the 5 elements, Qin Yu had already given him far too many pleasant surprises. But this last one was a bit too much. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation had already made a breakthrough and he was on the same level as His Majesty, then he feared he would have been pulverized by that beam of light. This was the will of the sea spirit. A human had actually obtained the legendary will of the sea spirit. How comical was this? But this was the truth. The naked truth was placed in front of him, and it was something he had personally experienced just now. Could such a person be allowed to live? The whale sovereign was incomparably anxious to obtain everything on Qin Yu's body, especially the will of the sea spirit. But, his instincts constantly warned him that if he didn't act now, he would never have another chance to kill Qin Yu. Thus, the tenacious and decisive whale sovereign revealed a rare moment of hesitation. After losing their plaque, the priests of Sea God Palace that were just about to leave in anger began to roar out. "Evidence! This is the evidence you all wanted!" The messenger chosen by the sea spirit, the hope to save the priests, was nearly destroyed by your own hands. He's still alive. What are you waiting for? Save him." This time, there were no other voices in the hall. The priests were ashamed and afraid, but even more ecstatic and determined. They had bitterly waited for countless years. The messenger of the sea spirit had finally appeared. Then, they had to attack. No matter the cost, they had to protect him. "Transcendent faith, with our humble lives, we beg for your strength to descend and punish the evil of the sea region." The priests spoke in unison. Their voices were solemn and dignified, containing an incomparably powerful pressure. Every syllable seemed to be driven by their lives. The sea spirit statue was that of a woman. Beneath her blue dress was a noble and dignified figure. At this time, her gentle eyes began to shine and she grasped a scepter in her hands. A powerful aura suddenly erupted in the capital city. All of the sea folk could clearly feel it. They looked up to see a figure similar to the sea spirit statue descend upon the capital city. She opened her eyes and looked into the distance. Within the royal palace, the moment that the sea spirit figure appeared, the sea sovereign fiercely looked up. His eyes exploded with a divine light and a terrifying aura erupted from him. Across from him, the old turtle's robes fluttered. He stuffily coughed and was forced back dozens of feet by this aura. From this, it could be seen just how powerful the sea sovereign, who hadn't truly attacked until now, was. "Priest," a deep and low voice echoed through the hall. This was because, unconsciously, there was a formidable cultivation mixed in. For the sea sovereign to lose his composure, it could be seen that his heart was surging and he wasn't as calm as he appeared on the surface. The old turtle was also shaken. In particular, when he sensed the direction that the sea spirit figure was looking in, his shaking became even more clear. After several breaths of time, the sea sovereign's eyes were restored to tranquility. At the very least, there wasn't the least bit of surprise on his face. "Mister, what do you think the priests are doing today?" The old turtle hesitated. "Chinyu?" The sea sovereign nodded. "This solitude also thinks so. It seems that the priests have already found the person they have been waiting for. I just didn't think it would be a human." He paused for a moment and continued to say, "It seems that this solitude was wrong in the end. Chinyu might not die today. No, he definitely won't die." The old turtle thought for a moment and nodded. With the stubbornness of those crazed priests, since they had taken action, that meant they had set their sights on Chinyu. Then, they would certainly disregard everything to protect Chinyu's life. This could be seen from how they summoned the sea spirit phantom to descend. The pitiful whale sovereign thought that he had found the best opportunity, but he never imagined that he would run into a group of madmen that didn't care about their lives. Chapter 192. The whale sovereign was an extremely confident person, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to stand in front of the incomparably powerful His Majesty. And the facts proved that he had the qualifications to be confident. Even though the royal palace already knew of his thoughts these past years, they still hadn't been able to do anything to him. This was the best proof of this. For such a confident and formidable whale sovereign to suddenly hesitate was an inconceivable matter in itself. Thus, in just several breaths of time, he made his decision. Even if he couldn't obtain what Chinyu had, he would still be the powerful whale sovereign. If he continued to wait, there would come a day when he would become the true unsurpassed ruler of the sea region. Of this, he had sufficient confidence. On the other hand, if Chinyu didn't die and some other accident occurred, it was possible that he would encounter great trouble in the future. After pausing for several breaths of time, the whale sovereign chose to follow his heart. He would suppress what he seized and thoroughly kill Chinyu. To make such a decision in such a situation proved just how strong his will was. But in the end, he was delayed. Even if it was only the blink of an eye, some things were like this. If he missed it, he missed it. Moreover, there would never be another chance in the future. The whale sovereign would soon learn of this. He lifted a hand and a terrifying aura began to gather. Just as he was about to press down, His complexion changed, and he looked up. A formidable strength arrived without warning, covering the whale sovereign. In the next moment, he was pressed deep into the sea. Then, a clear palm print appeared on the surface of the sea. It was slender and beautiful. One could see that it came from a woman. What followed was a noble and magnificent aura, one that left one in awe and reverence in the depths of their hearts. It was like the descent of a god. And to the sea folk, this was no different from a god taking action. The aura was clear, like a lantern in the darkness. Beneath the five-fingered palm print, the whale sovereign's angry roar echoed out. Priests, why? This strength was something that only the priests could use. On the Sea Spirit Day, without the cooperation of the priests, it was impossible to smoothly carry out their plan to create a bloody massacre. They had already chosen to rely on him, and he had also made a promise that he would definitely keep. But now, why did they stop him? Why did they save Qin? Could it be that these damn stupid priests really believed that Qin was the one chosen by the sea spirit? He was a human, he was only a human. The rage in his heart could nearly ignite the skies and burn all things to ashes. But facing the power of the sea spirits summoned by the priests, he could only roar as he was pushed deep into the sea. Berserk energy bombarded the seal, nearly tearing it apart several times. However, in the next instant, it was forcibly suppressed once more. The whale sovereign understood that in that brief moment of hesitation, he had lost the chance to kill Qin. Emotions such as regret did not appear at all. Absolute willpower allowed him to always remain calm and confident, never questioning his own decisions. He looked up, his eyes seeming to pierce through the endless sea water. He saw Qin wrapped in an invisible strength as he flew into the distance. "You will come to kill me, right?" the whale sovereign said in a soft voice. "I will wait for you." Rumble, the seawater continued to tumble. He was suppressed, sinking, and sinking. Beneath the sea spirit sculpture, the priests slumped to the ground. Several of them twitched and foamed at the mouth. It was clear to the naked eye that they were much older than before. In particular, the priest at the front responsible for summoning the power of the sea spirit. His condition was even more serious. Layers of wrinkles piled up on his face. The low-level priests that had been waiting for a long time rushed in to save people. But unlike them, who had nervous expressions and red eyes, all of the priests that were still conscious had satisfied smiles on their faces. To be able to save the messenger of the sea spirit, to them, any price was worth it. After this matter is over, we will have to give an explanation to the royal palace. Take back some of the arrangements. Tell the relevant people to stay in hiding for an indefinite period of time. No matter what, we'll have to hand over some people and things that are of sufficient importance. After all, Our Majesty will not be satisfied so easily. Since we have decided to act, we have naturally made preparations. I believe that everyone will understand and support us. Several incomparably old priests struggled to stand up. Their sagging skin was a bit horrifying, but their expressions were sacred and calm. We will bear the consequences. Let us use these old bones to preserve some of the flesh and blood of the priests of the capital city. Walala, in the hall, all the priests fell to their knees and bowed. Thank you for your benevolence. The whale sovereign had failed. Although the priests were an incomparably united group, in any group there would always be those with weak wills or those with ulterior motive. Thus, this news inevitably spread through the high-level circles of the capital city. As for the whale sovereign, he vanished without a trace after that day. Without a doubt, this was the strongest evidence of this result. The intervention of the priests was unexpected. Countless seafolk sighed. Qin was indeed lucky. Even when facing the terrifying whale sovereign, he was still able to escape alive. The Qing family's situation was a little better. Although they were still ignored, no one dared to casually plunder from them anymore. Of course, they had already obtained more than enough benefits from their previous actions. Qin hadn't died then, even if it was impossible, It was better to leave some leeway open. The longer the inheritance and the deeper the background of a great clan, the more cautious they would be in their actions. They could ruthlessly and mercilessly kill countless people, but they could also let go of the fat meat in their mouths just because they were uncertain. No matter what her thoughts were, after Madame Qing paid her respects to Qingqing, she wiped away her teary eyes and told this matter to Leon. "Teacher, are you still alive? I knew that you wouldn't die." He looked at Qingqing's tombstone. Her bright smile was etched upon it, and her eyes seemed to stare at him, never leaving him. After a long time, Leon stood up. He said in a soft voice, "Qingqing, I told you that teacher is a very admirable person. He has an incomparably firm will, and it seems that no danger or predicament can stop him. If teacher can do it, then as his disciple, I can also do it. For the following period of time, perhaps I won't be able to accompany you. I will try my best to live on, to live a better life, and become a truly great figure. Then, I will wait for the day when teacher returns and I can help him kill the whale sovereign. I know that teacher must have these thoughts. Since he hasn't died, he absolutely won't give up. So, Qingqing, please bless me so that I can succeed." Leon cleaned up, shaved off his beard, and changed into a new robe. Then, he pushed open the doors and left the massive courtyard. Not long after, he appeared outside Sea Spirit Pavilion. After stating his identity and the reason for his visit, he was quickly let in. Sangyea received him. The corners of her lips curved up in a smile, as if she were in a very good mood. "Leon, looking at your current appearance, you should know some things. Yes, I can tell you that your teacher is still alive." Her voice was light and her expression was gentle, revealing a sense of distance. She had perfectly grasped the scale of a superior. In the end, she was a girl from Sega City. In the future, she would inherit 2 massive businesses, so how could she possibly be pure and naive? That was only something specific to a certain person. Leon bowed. "Miss, I hope that in the future, I can obtain your help so that I can become stronger." Sangyea smiled. "Of course. This is my promise to your teacher. Then, come back with me to Sega City. It is a very beautiful place. I'm sure you will like it." Her eyes flashed. "Sometimes, death isn't the end. Leon, I hope that you can remember this." Leon wanted to ask more but was refused by the young girl. She only smiled and said, "When you are strong enough, you will naturally know the secrets you should know." Not long after, the heavily guarded carriage left the capital city. With the loud cry of a killer whale, the convoy quickly disappeared into the depths of the dark sea. Leon looked at the constantly shrinking capital city. With a possible and unbelievable thought in his mind, he said in a soft voice, "Qingqing, wait for me to return." Great Glory Gambling Hall. Alright, this name was indeed a bit tacky. It didn't have any sense of beauty or texture. The Lord Priest turned to look at the plaque, wondering whether or not he should change the name. "Lord Priest, everything has been prepared. We can leave at any time." The Vice Priest bowed. Although his complexion was solemn, there was a hint of relaxation between his eyebrows. This was different from the nervousness and worry they had when they first arrived. At this time, the entire White Moon tribe was immersed in a deep joy. This relaxed mood caused the Lord Priest to think of Qinyu. He subconsciously frowned, no longer thinking about something as boring as changing the name of the casino. "Let's go." Sensing the Lord Priest's helplessness, the Vice Priest didn't say anything else. He turned and gave some orders. Soon, the wolf riders climbed onto their sea wolves and left. In the carriage, the white-dressed woman accompanied her father. She hesitated for a moment and asked in a soft voice, "Father, is he really still alive?" The Lord Priest rubbed the space between his eyebrows. "My companions from the capital city have made their move. I admit that I have underestimated them all this time. These companions really did make preparations in secret." His eyes flashed. "But what did they discover? To think they would attack without any scruples. I really want to know." As the wolf riders were about to leave the capital city, there was a bit of chaos in the procession. A fair-skinned youth stumbled in and was then chosen by the Lord Priest, becoming his disciple. Of course, this was only information that the sea folk needed to know. The true situation was that the youth had sent a message to Moon Praying Shrine from the Lord Priest, and in return, the Lord Priest had taken him in as a disciple. This was a secret transaction. After speaking several warm words, the Lord Priest seemed satisfied with the youth. He nodded and waved his hand, allowing him to leave. Then, he looked at the video frequency jade slip in his hand. As strength poured in, the jade slip began to display the contents stored within. The unfurled sea map, the treasure-like island, and the column of light that fell from the skies. The Lord Priest was silent the entire time. After the video frequency faded away, he sighed. So it's like this. He was a bit stunned and also a bit helpless. There seemed to be a bit of pity mixed in with these emotions. But there was also a bit of relief hidden within. Chapter 193. When Qin Yu woke up, he had already been saved. He was on a large ship, but what was most surprising was that the most powerful person on this ship was only an early golden core cultivator. It was clear that they hadn't directly rescued him from the hands of the whale sovereign. If so, then something must have happened while he was unconscious. The pitiful priests of the capital city. Even after paying a heavy price, they weren't able to leave behind the slightest impression in Qin Yu's heart. This was because he had imagined His Majesty in the royal palace, Turtle Origin, and even the distant Sega city. But he hadn't thought of the priests at all. Of course, this could also be interpreted as the priests successfully deceiving everyone. Thus, they were able to suddenly intervene and save Qin Yu's life. Although it was a bit regretful that he wasn't able to find out why he was still alive, the most important thing was to be alive, right? Qin Yu soon put down these thoughts and began to enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Although he didn't know where he was right now, since a human had appeared, he was naturally far away from the depths of the sea region. This was confirmed after several indirect inquiries. The whale sovereign was strong beyond imagination. But he wasn't a spiritual god, and it was nearly impossible to find him again. He had fresh fish soup to drink every day, but no matter how delicious the fish soup was, if it was like this for half a month, it would be hard to accept. But facing the serious expression of this dark-skinned girl with rough skin, he could only helplessly drink it clean. This fish soup is something I exchanged for with great effort. Only the lords on deck have the qualifications to enjoy it at any time. So, you had best recover as soon as possible. The girl appeared to be 17 to 18 years old. She was small and thin, but there were some places where she wasn't small. Qin Yu had seen sailors laugh and whistle at her more than once. Of course, these fellows with fiery eyes had all been ruthlessly beaten up in the end. It was hard to imagine how such a formidable strength could be contained within such a small and thin body. Could you imagine this beautiful girl carrying a large man and smashing him into the deck? In short, it was a different kind of beauty. Qin Yu didn't care at first. He only smiled and watched. But soon, he discovered that some of the sailors were looking at him strangely. It was the hostility that only existed between two males competing for a mate. After being provoked a few times in the open and in the dark, the girl finally said with a blushing face, "I told them that you're the person I saved, so you're my man." Afraid that Qin Yu would take her seriously, she quickly waved her hand. "This is just a way to stop them from disturbing me. You're not my type, of course. It's not that you're bad, it's just that you don't suit my taste. In short, that's what I mean." Seeing the girl clumsily explain herself to avoid hurting his heart, Qin Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that he wasn't the type of person who would attract a large group of women wherever he went. This was too good. So he smiled and said seriously, "No problem." This made the girl feel that he was forcing himself to smile. While feeling a little apologetic, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had told him earlier. Otherwise, if he fell deeper, he would only suffer more in the future. For the next several days of sailing, Qin Yu was called Little C's man. Little C was her given name. She didn't have a surname. In the sea region, this was a relatively normal matter. No one knew how long they would live. There were extremely few children that could grow up by their parents' side. Look at his pale face and thin arms. I can beat him down with a single hand. You need a hand, but I only need 3 fingers. With a casual poke, I can make this boy kneel down and beg for mercy. Little C is so beautiful and so powerful, so how could she take a fancy to him? Is this the legendary pretty boy she loves? I really want to go over and beat him up. You're a man, yet you're letting a woman raise him. Well, he really didn't have the heart to listen to so much. But with his keen sense of hearing, even though Qin Yu had his back to them, he was still able to hear everything clearly. He couldn't stay on the deck any longer. Qin Yu helplessly thought about this. Just as he was about to leave, he discovered that he was blocked by someone. Brat, leave Little C. Otherwise, you can say goodbye to those white teeth of yours today. The one who angrily roared out was a sailor named Shang Yin. He had his own surname, so on this ship he was likely someone with a high status. He was also one of those who whistled and got beaten up, and he had done so many times. Although he was beaten until he begged for mercy each time, 2 days later he would come back alive and kicking to be a punching bag. If he wasn't addicted to being beaten up, then he really did like Little C. Qin Yu smiled. He nodded, okay. Shang Yin was stunned, as if he had choked on his words. He didn't know what to do next. At this time, shouldn't this pretty boy in front of him sternly refuse, shout at him, and then ruthlessly beat him up? But he had actually agreed so directly. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at his several companions in the crowd. They had clearly discovered Shang Yin's helplessness. Someone coldly sneered, "What a coward!" Sailors spent most of their lives drifting at sea. Their personalities were rough, and they would fight for those they liked. They wouldn't easily lower their heads. Thus, this voice obtained the approval of everyone. Then, their eyes filled with disdain, as if they were ashamed of him. How can such a coward be worthy of Little C? Shang Yin, go and ruthlessly teach him a lesson. Let him remember what kind of person he is and what he should do in the future. Right, ruthlessly beat him up. Black out his eyes and break his arms. The women of the sea are only worthy of the brave, not this pretty boy. The crowd was riled up. Thinking about it, their thoughts were like this. We've already taken off our pants and you're still like this? This is too excessive. To watch the fun, the bigger the better. Shang Yin coldly sneered. His knuckles crackled as he walked over, as if saying that this brat was dead for sure. Qin Yu revealed a helpless smile. He originally wanted to wait here until his injuries were healed before leaving. But now, it seemed that he wouldn't have the chance to do so. Just as he was about to be gentle and not blow up this brat in front of him, he heard the sound of familiar footsteps. He hurriedly drew back. Shang Yin chased after him. A petite figure blocked his path. Then, with a loud shout, his massive body was ruthlessly tossed away, crashing into the deck. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground caused the surrounding sailors to feel their teeth ache. They looked up at the sky, discussing how the weather was so good today. They quickly fled. Little C turned and glanced at Qin Yu. "Are you all right?" Qin Yu smiled. "You came just in time, so I'm fine. I'm sorry, I didn't think, it's nothing. Compared to you saving me, this isn't anything at all." Qin Yu waved his hand. "I think it's better for us to return to the cabin. Then goodbye." Looking at his departing back, the girl's eyes flashed with a bit of confusion. But soon, it became firm. The night was even more dangerous for large ships sailing in the sea. The sailors' line of sight was affected, but the sea monsters in the sea were actually more active. Little C was responsible for keeping watch at night. Although she was small and petite, amongst the humans of the sea where strength represented everything, she relied on her own strength to obtain considerable authority. There was a team of several dozen sailors that she was responsible for leading. The night was quiet. It seemed that during this period of time, many of the sea monsters had disappeared, and it felt as if there had been less trouble. After changing shifts, Little C ruthlessly kicked the brat's butt. Then, she returned to the cabin and took off her thick leather wallet. The cabin was divided into 2 rooms. Looking at one of the closed doors, Little C hesitated for a moment. Then, she walked over and knocked. A light lit up. "Please enter." She pushed open the door. Qin Yu was neatly dressed and sitting at a small table in the cabin. He smiled and said, "It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Little C walked over and sat down. She took a deep breath and the tightness in her chest became even more striking. She didn't notice this. She stared into Qin Yu's eyes and earnestly said, "I know you aren't an ordinary person." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "The one who helped me hide my storage ring was you?" When he woke up, his storage ring was at his chest. It was clear that someone had taken it from him. If it were any other cultivator on the ship, this matter would have long since spread out. Or, there would have been people secretly monitoring his every move. But during this period of time, everything had been calm and peaceful. Qin Yu hadn't discovered anything wrong, so someone must have been hiding everything. Qin Yu guessed that it was Little C. But she didn't say anything and he pretended to be confused. But it was clear that this girl was preparing to say something to him tonight. "Yes." Little C nodded. "I admit that I once tried to open your storage ring. But my cultivation was too low, so there was no way I could do it." Qin Yu smiled. His cultivation was gradually rising and his soul was even more formidable. How could he not put some effort into his storage ring? If a Foundation Establishment Realm girl could casually open his storage ring, that could only mean he had lived long enough. "I thank you for saving me. Then, is there anything I can help you with?" Little C clenched her teeth. "I know that you will eventually leave. If you want to go somewhere else in the sea region, I want a magic tool that I can use to protect myself. But, if you want to return to land, I beg you to take me with you." Qin Yu arched an eyebrow. "You don't like it here?" Little C nodded. "I don't like it. I have never liked it. But I have no choice. When my mother died, she told me that if I had a chance, I should leave this sea. It isn't a place for us humans and it isn't suitable for women to live in. I've grown up and seen many things, and I believe more and more that my mother was right. So, as long as there is a chance to leave the sea region, I won't miss it." Qin Yu said, "How do you know that I have the strength to take you away? After all, the sea region is far too dangerous." Little C thought for a moment. "You are very calm. Ever since you woke up, you have been like this. Even when the several lords on the ship came to question you, you weren't afraid. I believe in my own eyes and I can't be wrong. For someone to be so calm, they must have some confidence." She was truly a smart girl. Qin Yu smiled. "Then, I agree to your conditions. When I leave, I will take you with me." Little C was overjoyed. Then, she was a bit nervous. "Can you leave a few days later and wait until we return to the island? My mother still has some things that she has always wanted to return to land. I hope that I can bring them with me. Just think of it as her leaving with me." Qin Yu nodded. "No problem. I also happen to need several more days." The young girl left with a relaxed and happy expression. Qin Yu closed his eyes. A gust of wind extinguished the candlelight and the room fell into darkness once more. Land?